Hello, everyone. So good to see everyone.
And hang on. Let me write down.
So if you want to introduce yourselves and say what you're reading.
I'll actually be writing because I got into a flow and I haven't really written much lately. So I'll be reading on the Realm of Monsters.
Awesome.
Nice. My name is Robin. I'm from the book Wormhole, and I'm reading The Color Purple today by Alice Walker.
Awesome.
I just started it like 5 minutes ago, so
That's so great.
yeah.
Yeah, nice to get started. So my plan is I started this book yesterday. I'm not too sure about it yet, but this is the perfect time to read it because it is coming out this month. So I'm going to be reading my arc, A Year to the Day. It's interesting. It's a where does it say? It's basically a book, yes, told in reverse chronicle order. So, it's kind of interesting because it's a year to the day. So it's been a year since her sister died. And it's doing a fair job of like being a beginning, even though it's kind of technically an end. So it's like, it is kind of interesting. It's just, I'm not too sure. It hasn't quite vibed with me yet, but I'm still very much looking forward to it because it could be very interesting and just reading a story in a very different way that I've never even heard of before just sounds so cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
I haven't read a book written that way either, but it sounds really cool just writing wise, so I'm curious
Yeah,
about it.
like the one thing I have a little hesitation with is that so far it already seems like there's just grief happening and this just the idea of a reverse chronicle order, it just sounds so interesting and upbeat, and obviously like so far based on the way the book's going, it's kind of a downer, but I hope maybe it's more like it does get a little lighthearted fun, maybe. I don't know.
Well, if it's written backwards, then all the bad stuff as you keep reading, like the bad stuff hasn't happened yet. So
Fair
you're
enough.
going before the bad stuff. So that's
Yeah,
kind of interesting.
yeah, I'm not quite sure where the like all like what exactly the author intends to do with this book, but it could be very interesting. So since we did I can't remember the last time we did a sprint, but have you guys gotten into anything writing wise, reading wise, anything like that?
I think I've finished at least two books since our last sprint.
Great.
Because I've been both reading and then when I work, I've been listening to a different audiobook.
Cool.
Um, so I think I've read at least two more since last
Awesome.
time. I haven't I just finished my last audiobook. I don't know what I'm gonna listen to next. I'm thinking I might listen to last night at the Telegraph Club just because I've been reading so much sci-fi and fantasy this month. I'm like, okay, I want to read something different. So
Right.
that's why this is like realistic fiction, and I think last night at the Telegraph Club is also realistic fiction.
Hmm.
Um, so just to give myself a different change of pace.
Cool.
Nice. Yeah. I got a little reading done. I republished my Jazz and Press series with the new writing style that I've been
Ooh.
doing. So yeah, that looks a lot better, and I'm very happy with it. And now that that's done, I'm back working on my WIPs because that was kind of my main focus to get that done. Uh, and yeah, so I'm working. I'm finding my flow in my WIP again, so I'm happy about that.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. I was very pleased with how things went today. So, I can't remember if I did tell you guys, but my screen time is bad. Like,
Hmm.
it's been the average, and I've gone past that before, but the average for the last couple of weeks has been like 10 plus hours. It's like,
Ooh.
oh. But I was very pleased today because I was looking at the screen time app the screen time part of settings. I was looking at that, and there's this thing, it allows you that if you turn it on, if you turn it on, then only the apps you allow to be on, and obviously like phone calls, messages are obviously not going to be turned off. But if you do it, those apps, it's kind of like, hey, you reached your time limit. It's not going to let you in. And
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? Let's try it. And I'm so pleased with how my progress so far. I think I'm able to check it on my computer. Let me just see. I guess it's only showing me where I am here. I could have sworn I was here before. Anyway, but it was like 3.5 hours today, which is so much better than I've done. And I'm very pleased. And I was on my phone today, but just in a productive way, which I was very glad about. Let me just see what I did today. Today, so I spent a little bit of time on YouTube, to watch some new booktubers, or booktubers catch up on some booktube, and that was really nice. I made my plans. I wrote my reviews for my May wrap up. So those 3 books, I got my reviews in, and now all I have to do for my actual May wrap up is just film it. So that's really good that I got that, my thoughts in order, and just in a nice little concise way, which I'm very glad about. And then there was this new booktuber I saw. She's hosting this Summer Splash readathon. And so I'm like, hey, this sounds great. It's happening in July. And I'm like, let's start setting up the TBR. And already I got some stuff cooking up for that. So I'm very glad about that. And then there was this very short book. This author reached out to me on Twitter and was like, oh, hey, I can send you a copy of it if you give a review. I'm like, okay, cool. Now, me personally, it's definitely out of my comfort zone. It's a memoir, it's nonfiction, but it's like, hey, this is a really great opportunity to, like the author themselves reached out to me. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a try. And I was trying my best to be as like, what's the word? I guess neutral, you could say, but I was trying my best to be so like unbiased, uncritical. I was trying to be as nice as possible, because it's like, that's someone's actual life. I did not want to be like, it's so easy with a fictional story, because it's like, it's not their life. So, I'm fine being critical there, but I was trying to be as nice as I could as I read it. To me, it wasn't my kind of thing, but I'm trying, whenever I do like my June wrap up, I'll be as nice as possible and be like, if you want to read it, read it. Just, it wasn't for me. But I'm glad I was able to finish it. And obviously it was pretty easy. It's like 81 pages, and then it was like big font. So it's like, because I was at 29 pages before this. And yeah, it was like in 2 seconds I was done. I was like, okay, cool. I'm done with that. That was really nice. And then I reviewed the book on Goodreads, which was good. I guess I started this movie with my family. I went on a quick walk, and here I am. But I'm very pleased with how the day's gone so far. I'm just like, wow, check me out. I'm actually doing things productively. So I will definitely keep up this schedule of like actually doing things. And I thought I was gonna miss Twitter. I'm doing great. I did not miss it at all. I was so pleased with myself.
Okay.
Yeah, the like being reached out to review a book. That's actually how I met my close friend Gideon. I slightly knew like his work before, just because like we're in the same like sci-fi circle. And then like he like reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, would you be interested in reviewing my book?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's like already on my TBR." And like flash forward 2 years later, we're like besties. So it's
awesome.
Such a cool opportunity to meet authors like that.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for me, it was just like, yes, I'm official enough that someone actually wants me to review their book. I was like, yeah.
Right.
And
I'm sure.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I know you said like it's not your cup of tea, but I feel like I read books like that sometimes, and like I can recognize like like this book is fine, but like I just don't personally like it, but I know other people will. So like I think like you can still like be true to yourself and honest and like honestly review it while also like being like,
Yeah,
like this book has value for other people like even more, but
exactly.
it's just
And
not
I'd
my
say
cup of tea.
for sure. I'd say one thing that definitely it gave me a new perspective because it's
Mhm.
about about her journey dealing with the fact that her father had abandoned her and
Mm.
I didn't fully understand, I've never fully understood like how tough that could be for a kid and, to deal with that childhood trauma as an adult too. It doesn't having more of an intact family, you're not gonna fully understand. So it was like good for me to get a new perspective and be like, oh yeah, and like to see like what she was talking about. I'd say I mean, like the chapters were super short. It was like like barely a page each. So it was kind of like going through the life. I wouldn't say I got the full picture of her life, but it was a little bit of like like snapshots and stuff.
Mhm.
But it was definitely like there was definitely some parts where I'm like, oh, I didn't even think about that. So it was definitely at least it was something for me to try out and like if I had to do it over again, I probably would have recommended she go with someone who it fits better for, who
Mhm.
would, read it more. But it was still a good opportunity for me. So, I can at least appreciate that, and it
Yeah,
is. It's like giving something a try. And like,
definitely.
because I had been reached out to before, it was like I'd say maybe a year ago. And this person was asking about, like one of those booktube tours or book tours, whatever.
Mm.
And they wanted to get this historical fiction book.
Mm.
And I did, look at the synopsis. And at first I wanted to respond to her and be like, okay. But it's like, hello, you don't like history and historical fiction is
Yeah.
not your cup of tea either. And I just felt, it wasn't, I wasn't the right person to read
Yeah,
it for. So, I'll be sure because of this experience, I'll be sure next time, only go with something I actually truly want to read. I mean, again, it was good. It was really short, but I'll be sure next time to be like, hey, something that's more for me. And this person, it's it's their book. They should more go with someone who fits for the audience they're writing for. But
yeah. I mean, yeah, that I get that. Yeah, because nonfiction has never been my thing.
mhm,
Um, I think I only really read one nonfiction book my entire life because it's not my thing at all. Um, but it's good that you got a new perspective on things.
yeah,
My biological father has never been in my life, so
mhm,
I can kind of relate on that level. Uh, yeah, but luckily my mom married my dad when I was like 5, 6, and he's been in my life my entire life. And they have been separated for years, but I'm still his daughter because he raised me.
Mhm.
Um,
yeah, for sure.
yeah, uh, I don't even really know my biological father like at all.
Mm.
Mhm.
And I mean, I kind of had a near death experience, and it was kind of his fault. When I was
Oh.
No.
Yeah, it it was uh my mom and him weren't together very long at all. Um, and I think they had already separated when my mom was pregnant with my sister. I would have only been I don't think I would have even been 1 years old yet.
Mhm.
And uh I was he was supposed to watch me, so my mom took me to his house and then um dropped me off with him and then left. And then 2 days later, because he had like weekends and stuff, sort of thing, and she came back and something was wrong with me and she didn't understand. So she took me to the emergency room and
Yeah.
the doctor immediately asked, like, what was going on right before she brought me there. And she was like, I don't know. I picked her up from her dad's, and he was like, okay, because she hasn't eaten or drank anything in 2 days.
Oh
He
my
left me
gosh.
there alone so he could go to bars or whatever, and I was yeah, I didn't have anything to eat or drink for 2 days. If they waited one more day, I could have died.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
that's
awful. I'm
terrible.
so sorry to hear that.
Thanks. Yeah, so I haven't really I had contact with him. Like I actually have contact with some of the members on his family though, because no one in his side of the family really likes him except for a couple people. Like that's how bad it is.
Wow.
Um, yeah, it's really messed up. But I have no contact with him, and I do not want to ever have contact with him. I don't need that in my life. I
Yeah.
have a dad who loves me and raised me, and I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm.
I like reading the occasional nonfiction book, but I don't really read too many memoirs.
Yeah.
Nothing against them. I guess I don't know. They just that specific type of nonfiction book doesn't particularly interest me. I do think like a memoir that's like, okay, this is about specifically like someone who, you know, whose dad was absent in her life, and that's what the whole memoir is about. I think like if it's a topic that like, you know, I would find interesting, I might be more inclined to read memoir, but no, it's not my top pick for nonfiction.
Yeah, it was, but it was definitely good, something to try. And,
Yeah.
now it is over. And I will do a quick little review whenever I do my June wrap up. But, at least it's something new for me to try. And I'm proud of myself that I was able to,
Yeah.
finish the book. Because that's kind of how I felt. For me, I'm, such a one task, put everything into it, but I'm not a multitasker kind of person. And I
Yeah.
kind of felt, because I started this book, but I didn't finish that other book. And I was kind of like, I mean, that's fine. I didn't take a break. I was fine taking a little break, like a day or two break, starting this book. But it did kind of feel like every single time I have a kind of a problem with closure. Like I have to deal with closure. If something's not done, it really bothers me. So, I did finish that, and either I'll keep reading this book, or I'll find something lighter. Because it's like, it's not that I'm affected by character death, but usually grief is the big theme, and that's kind of a downer situation. I want something a little bit more spry, more spunky,
Mm-hmm.
For me, for character deaths, I feel like a book like that, I wouldn't feel anything just because I feel like I would need to know the character and to truly care about the character for me to be affected. And yeah, I'll feel bad for those characters for losing someone they love so much, but I wouldn't be affected just because I don't know the character that died.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not about being affected. It's just, the theme and the overall atmosphere and environment of the book. It is supposed to be a downer and sad. And it's like, hey, I want to be happy here. I'm reading for escapism. I'm not here to be bummed out. So it's something where I'm like, if I do continue to read this book for like the sprint or soon, I mean, again, I only have, how many days do I have? What day is today? 12th? Yeah, I guess I only have about like a week and a couple days before it comes out. So I guess now's a good time to be reading it. And considering how long it has been taking me to read, that this might actually be the perfect time. But I'm just trying to be as careful as I can, because I don't want to get into a worse reading slump than I already am in right now. But, I'm just going to see. I just want something light. Oh, can I just say, I am so disappointed. I wanted to read The Summer I Turned Pretty. I wanted to do a reread of that, and there was audiobooks on Hoopla. Well, now that the show's coming out, apparently they got rid of them. I feel so cheaped out. I'm
Wow.
so annoyed. I was there for months, but I didn't know it was gonna go. I wish there was like a little bit of like a heads up. This thing that you saved as favorites is going away. They're just like, no, it's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna have to find a summer ebook wise, because there's already like 3 holds on the physical book at the library. It's like, man, I just can't win.
Well,
Wow.
did you finish that like horror book you were reading, or did you stop reading it?
Yeah. No. I had to take a pause. It was just getting boring, you know.
Oh,
It
okay.
wasn't really my cup of tea at the at that point that I was reading, so I had to take a pause because it's like, okay, I still think it could be good. It's just right now it doesn't work. And I'll say
Yeah.
even with that little book that I just finished today, the memoir book, the first day I was reading it, I just wasn't in the mood, to be reading or to be reading that. And again, it wasn't like it was my cup of tea, but I definitely had a better feeling groove attitude today, so I was able to read it. Like, I just gotta be sure what days I'm reading, and I'll like, it's definitely a book I still want to read. It's just at that point it was just getting a little boring for me. But if I take the time at some point, I want to do one of those videos. I like how people are doing it where it's replacing your screen time for reading time. And that would be a lot of reading for me if I actually follow the screen time that I have. Like, sometimes it's 12 hours, 6 hours, 10. So there's plenty of time to be reading every single day. So
Yeah.
I could try that. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, like, I wish there was like some sort of like little truth telling future telling thing, being like, oh yeah, you'll like this book. Like, can someone tell me I'll like a book? I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Um so we've been sprinting for about 21 minutes. Do you want to sprint at 30 minutes, or would you like to sprint right now?
That was good.
Now? Okay. Let me just get it set up. 06. And you're good with 30 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. All right. We'll be back at 06. Happy reading.
Happy reading.
All right, how were your sprints?
Hi.
Did they go
Okay.
good?
Huh?
Did the sprints go good?
Yeah, I really invested in this story, and I'm really liking the direction it's going. I made a lot of progress. They are about to, go to war, so that's always fun.
Oh.
I got about 20 pages read. I did stop to eat a quick bite, and so I had to stop reading while I was eating. But otherwise, it's going by really fast. The chapters are super short, and it's all like written in like these like prayers to God. So it's
Oh,
pretty much just
interesting.
like her, yeah,
And what's it called again?
the color purple.
Is that a classic, or am I wrong? It
It
is.
is a classic. I can't tell what year the story is supposed to take place because the book was released in the 1980s, but it doesn't feel like the 80s. It feels
Yeah.
like I think like at latest maybe the 60s. But I'm having a hard time telling like what exactly like year this is taking place in, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly interesting. I did get more progress into it. I did finish chapter 1. So that was 365 days after the incident. And then I started chapter 2, and that's 272 days after the incident. And I'm very pleased. So I guess it does make sense that it would kind of be a bit of a bummer feeling, like the anniversary effect. It's been a year since, the sister died. I guess that does make sense why they'd be sad. I'm so relieved by the second chapter because they're happy. Like the stepmom's about to have the baby and everything, because you do see the baby in the first chapter, but obviously the baby's there, and at that point, the baby's about to be born. But yeah, like, it was like the main girl chilling with the boyfriend of the older sister. Obviously she's gone, so it's like old boyfriend, and then his pal buddies, they're spending time together. And then yeah, just I'm very pleased with the fact that it is light, it is fun, and I'm having a good time so far, and I'm very pleased because I was a little nervous about this first chapter. I was like, no, please don't tell me this is going to be sad. I mean, maybe it will still be sad. I'm just saying, like, all sad all the time. So I'm very pleased with it so far. I
Good.
now, where am I at? Page 17. So yeah, so far so good.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds so cool. Like, especially thinking about like, okay, so next chapter, the mom's not even gonna be pregnant, and like the baby isn't, gonna exist anymore. Like, I'm just like trying to think of like it's going back in time. So I was like, oh my God, like you're kind of like in a way losing things as you're going
Oh
along.
yeah, yeah.
So
Well,
that's
I
so
want to say. Oh
interesting.
yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's just so interesting writing wise.
Yeah. Well, I'm very pleased because I was a little bit like, or would we get closure in chapter 1? Like, how is this gonna happen? Because obviously, like, are you gonna? I don't know if if the author would want to tell us everything, all the good stuff that happens in chapter 1, because it's kind of like, okay, it's the end of the book. It's like,
Right.
no, there's a lot we have going on, and so I'm pleased with how she's doing it. So basically, there seems to be some unresolved issue, or at least some things that we don't know about with East, the sister's old boyfriend and the main character, and the way it's kind of going, where it's like apparently he remembers more than she does about the night of the accident. So I guess we're gonna have to find out until the end of the book. We gotta wait that long, I'm guessing. And then it was also talking about the last time that she and that old boyfriend of her sister's had been at her house or something, because everyone was gathering for the memorial. So it's a little bit like, okay, well, what did they do? And like, just so far it's like kind of like saying, oh, this happened a little while ago, but in a way where it's like, oh, we're gonna get to it later in the book. And it is kind of interesting. It's like, for them, it's the history. For us, it's the future because we're going forward, even though we're going backward for them. So far, I think this author is doing a pretty good job.
That's good. Interesting.
Are you guys having any plans for reading or writing soon, or like in the future, or anything like for this month or next month, anything like that?
I gotta start writing again. Which is like start writing is like step number one. I think like as far as reading goes, I have like so much I want to like finish reading this month, but like I have already read so much. I feel like I'm going to make my reading goals this month, hopefully. So yeah.
Nice.
What
Yeah.
about you, Joharra?
I don't know. I haven't been reading that much this month, sadly. I was really focusing on my polishing up my Jasmine Press series and fixing the writing style. So that was my main thing I was worried about. I hope to get more reading done now that that's done and work more on my WIPs. I'm mostly working on the Realm of Monsters right now, getting really into the story, and I'm finding my flow again since I kind of took a break to work on Jasmine Press again. But I'm finding my flow, and I'm really into it, so I'm very happy about that.
Awesome. That's really cool. I'm just kind of, I mean, so far so good with this book. So I think that is what is going to be my current reading, and however many days that takes me. But I really want to aim for doing it right, the way the arc is meant to be done, where it's like, hey, I read it before and I send the stuff over to the publishing people to be like, yeah, here's my review. I hope I can see only positive things. I hope I can be like, and again, I mean, I will definitely give the props about the fact that it's like a whole new different reading experience of reading in reverse chronicle order. That is so cool.
Yeah.
But I definitely want to aim for that. It'd be cool, if they, see me and eventually are like, oh yeah, we'll start sending you more arcs. It'd be like, yes, winning. So that is my plan there. I do want to aim. Unfortunately, the last couple days, obviously today was really good, but the last couple days have been a bit of a bummer, or at least I just wasn't feeling up to making a video because I had planned to start doing 2 videos a week. Well, the last time I did a video, I put it out last Tuesday. I had aimed for this past Friday to put it out, the next video, but it just didn't happen yet. But I'm hoping, I guess it could be then the Tuesday, Friday, that could work, because now I have my May wrap up. I have it written out. I just have to record it. So that'll probably be what I do. So I definitely want to aim for more like actually making the time. And if push comes to shove, or if like this is what I want to do, if I feel the motivation for it, I definitely want to aim for doing at least recording multiple videos, because that's what has worked for me before. If I record it, then it's like, hey, all you have to do is edit it. Now, of course, that does take me a while to find the motivation to do that too, but I'm hoping the more I push myself for that, the more I can do it. So that is what I'm aiming for. I don't know what I'm gonna read, because I do have one of the Emily Henry books. I have People We Meet on Vacation. I'm just kind of considering what I'm going to read, because one of the prompts for the Summer Splash Readathon next month is read a book written by a woman, and I just figured, hey, I could do an Emily Henry book for that. I'm just trying to figure out, do I want to read an Emily Henry book this month too? Or, I'll just save it for next month. Because what I'm figuring out, I'm just trying to see, like, it really is going to be contingent on, how long it takes me for this book. I'll just have to see, because it is not like it's been for the past 2 years being on BookTube. For me, it's like, it used to be like 2 or 3 days I'd be done with the book and I could go to the next book. It's taken me way longer for reading. Now, what is good is that one book I read, it took me about 6 days. It was an ebook, 300 some odd pages. I think this is 300 pages too. I just gotta figure, just gonna have to see, will I fly through it or not? At this point, I wish I could say, I have a concrete plan. This is my TBR. Da, da, da. I can't really say that, but I am still looking forward to next month that I'll make my TBR. And what's cool about the prompts and everything for this Summer Splash Readathon is it's not just books. It's like pen pals, so you write a letter to a friend, watch a movie set at the beach, like some fun stuff like that. And one thing that I think will definitely be more of a challenge for me, or at least like a challenge in a good way, not like a bad way, is read one book completely outside. And at first I was trying to figure out like, it's Florida, it's hot. How can I do that? And I'm like, you know what? I do like to go for walks. I can, find an audiobook and do that. Get some water and, however long that would take me. Just something light, fun. So I'm just trying to think here, but I'm looking forward to the stuff. And now that I did do my Believe Me review, and that's the video I've had up for a couple months now, by now, probably. I have that done. The books I read in May, I have that taken care of. And then I've read 2 books. Now, they're both shorter stories, so it's not like there's too many thoughts on it. But I am glad, it won't be too hard to do a review on that. And to be fair, I basically already did the review for the book I read today, that I finished today. And then the other one, when it was so short, it was literally 34 pages. It was so short.
Nice.
But it was bad. It was not a good book. It was this book, it was like, I guess it's a part of a small series. I guess multiple authors work on it. It was one of those free books on Kindle. And it was called The Wickeds. And it was about the villains Cinderella, Snow White, and Rapunzel. So those were the villains. And yeah, the story, it didn't really have anything new to say. It's kind of, and that's what I think is the problem, that everyone's still going on about retellings and stuff. And it's like, we've seen enough of them, like if you want to do a retelling, can you find something new?
Yeah.
It's the same old.
Yeah, I feel like some retellings, I mean, I don't really read retellings very much, but I am kind of into the Twisted Tales series. I only read one book in it so far, but I really enjoyed it. And basically each book is a fairy tale, but there's a twist on it. Like the one that I read, Beauty and the Beast, was what if Belle's mother was the enchantress that cursed the beast, which was a nice.
Oh, those ones, yeah.
That's the only one I've read so far. I rated it 4 stars. It was really good. I don't want to read all of them because there's a few fairy tales that I could care less about. Like I'm not a fan of Snow White or Cinderella or Peter Pan, but there are several that I do want to. I own most of them. I think the only one I don't own that I want to read that came out recently would be the one that has to do with Tangled.
Yeah, I want to read that one. I definitely want to read that one.
I want to read that too. But all the other ones I own that I want to read at least. And I'm very excited about them. I plan on finally starting to read them next month. So I'm very excited about that. Haven't decided which one. Maybe I'll choose a couple because there's a couple that are kind of high on my list. Like the Mulan one I really want to read, and the Alice in Wonderland one.
Nice.
And those are the 2 that I'm most excited for right now. So I'm trying to choose between those. Maybe I'll do both of them because I'm very excited for the 2 of them.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm just saying that it was disappointing. It was like, at first it was almost like a commentary on how older women are treated, and at first I could get behind that, what they were talking about. I could get behind that. Like that was there for like 2 seconds. And again, it was a really short story, but then it was like, then they were like, oh yeah, let's kill them. I'm like, what? You're gonna kill the princesses? And then at the very end of the book, it's like they reunite, everyone's buddy, and they leave the pages, whatever that means. I don't know. It was just like they all decided to leave the story. It was so like such a nothing book, and it didn't really have anything to say. And again, what are you going to do in 34 pages? But I still feel like something could have been done. But
what I think would be an interesting new twist that literally just came to my mind that I don't think I've seen done is if someone did like a series of books with each book being a different fairy tale, kind of like Twist Tales, but instead have it where the villain wins. It'll be like a turn of events because it'll be like the same fairy tale we knew. It's just in the end the bad guy won. I think that would
be way more interesting. Yeah, I don't think they really give us that.
Yeah.
Well, I still say Once Upon a Time did a good job at the very beginning. You know, she got them all, she cursed them all, brought them to the worst place they could ever go, the real world.
Right?
And it's like, it's true. It's true.
Because we don't want them. I read this post earlier. It's like, I don't want my fictional characters to come live with me in the real world. I want to go live with my fictional characters in their world.
Yeah.
Like, yes, that's so true. But yeah, oh, sorry, what?
I was gonna say, like, as like a short story writer, 34 pages is a lot to work with. So, like, obviously that writer doesn't really know what they're doing if they can pull that off. Like, there's an art to writing a short story, you know?
Yeah, she did not seem to be able to do it at all. I mean, there was like so much nothing. And can I say one thing that was just awful about it is that this was after they decided they wanted to kill the princesses for like, you know, besmirching them or, you know, giving them a bad reputation. Literally, there is a run-in with a potential blankist, you know, someone trying to attack this girl. And even though at first it seemed like she was going to kill him, she let him go, but they're going to go and kill these princesses. I'm like, are you kidding me? This was like the perfect time. You are 100% justified right here to kill somebody, and you're not going to do that. No. You're going to kill the princesses. Like, and also, like, most of that was pretty, like, the only thing you had to know was that girl, that I can't remember if it was supposed to be the Cinderella villain or the Tangled one. One of them, the one who almost killed that guy but decided not to. The only reason it was relevant is that you find out it had happened to her too. But it's like, this is the perfect time to kill somebody, and you don't do that. No, you want to kill the princesses. I'm like, no one's going to be mad at you for killing this guy.
Yeah.
Why mad at you because you let him go? Do it. He's going to do it to someone else.
Right.
But,
yeah, doesn't sound like it was good.
Yeah, I was very much, because what's a shame is I didn't realize it was a part of the same series, because you know, there were, I guess they have all of them there on the free unlimited thing, or the free Prime reading. Anyway, it was like Rainbow Rowell, she did one book, and other people did books. I just wish I had known it was the same series, because I wouldn't have read it, and I'm just disappointed in myself. I'm like, why did you read that?
Wow.
But whatever the case, I guess technically speaking, I read a book, and then I just read this book. Obviously, this memoir one is 100% better than that other one. I was just like, what is this story? It had nothing to say, you know? It was just kind of like a do. We are salty about how we've been treated by society. Oh, we're going to kill these princesses. Oh, actually, they like us. Oh, we're going to leave the pages. Okay. You just wasted my time.
It sounds like the author was just bored and scribbled something down in her free time.
Yeah. She should have just crossed it all out, ripped it up, thrown it in the fire.
Or if she wanted to do something like that, just make it more of a full-length book, and you have so much more you can do. And I mean, it feels like a lot, from what you were saying, a lot of the problem is because she doesn't know how to write short stories. You know, I mean, I'm well aware that I could never write a short story, even if I wanted to. And if you want to write a short story, like Robin said, there's books for it to help you, to structure it and stuff. And yeah, doesn't sound good.
Yeah, very disappointing.
What were you gonna say before, Joharra, when I interrupted you? I think like we kind of got sidetracked from it.
I was just gonna say it's kind of like all the reboots they keep doing because no
Yeah,
one wants to do anything different or new. You just keep making these reboots after reboots, and I tried a couple, and they all suck. And I'm like, I'm done with reboots. I've just completely given up on them. I mean, I watched the Monster High one, and we
mhm.
all know, and us Monster High fans know that we do not even acknowledge these movies. That's
I
how
didn't
bad.
even finish it. I think I got like a half hour into it, and I was just like, I
I
got better things to do than this.
I was curious, so I did watch both of them. And
Yeah,
just so you know, the first one was so much better than the second one, and that's saying a lot.
that's so crazy to think, because like the first one didn't have anything going for it.
I mean, when I first watched it, I was kind of excited because it seemed like Draculaura was going to be the main character, and
Yeah.
she's my favorite character, so that made me excited. But then they disappointed me. But
Aw.
I also watched the Charmed one, and I felt like they were just completely redoing storylines from the original series.
Mhm.
There's a few things, but the one thing that I cannot get over is that they had a storyline where the youngest sister falls in love with a half demon and marries him, and he tries to take her as make her his queen in the underworld. I was like, that's exactly what happened in the original. Exactly, just different characters playing them, but that's exactly what happened. And then with Walker Texas Ranger, they're trying to turn it into some sort of drama, and it's barely even action packed anymore, which was the point of it. And I'm like, I'm just done with reboots. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah,
I've given up on them.
yeah, yeah. I'm just kind of disappointed because once I like was like a teen, around that age range, and then I discovered retellings, and I'm sure maybe I had seen retellings before, who knows? But when I was like consciously, like very much actively looking and reading retellings, I remember how much fun I was having. It's like, oh, interesting to see a darker take on this story, but it's like I've seen the darker takes now. You guys are losing it. You are not adding anything new or cool or anything interesting. But I just don't really understand. Like, there are so many people complaining about unoriginality, and it's still going. I don't get that.
Yeah, I mean, just come up with new ideas. I mean, I don't know. It's just annoying. I mean, they just keep remaking the same stuff, and it's fine if you have a new twist on an old classic. That's, I mean, if it's something I like, then I would like to see your new twist about it. But just but doing the exact same thing, that's a different story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I'm still, holding out hope for some of this stuff. I mean, one book I am excited about now. To be fair, it is not a retelling. However, it is kind of more like doing a different take of the damsel in distress, and that's why it's called Damsel.
Mm.
I am very looking forward to it. Plus, it's like a feminist story, so it's like, ooh, this could get interesting. Very
Mhm.
good. It's just hard because it does seem like it's gonna be well. Okay, the first chapter that I was in was a third person perspective, and I do prefer first person. Um,
Mm.
but I'm not sure. It either is 100% third person or maybe it's just the first chapter. But I'm definitely looking forward to reading that, and I don't know what the award it has on it. It's got one of those peace stickers. I can't remember what that's for. Is it the Pulitzer or is it something else? I can't.
What is it? The laurel you're thinking of?
The P.
Oh,
There's
the
some sort of
P.
award. Is it
Oh,
the
that's
Pulitzer?
probably Pulitzer. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So it got a prize for that. Um, I just because I tried to read it. It's just the first chapter is kind of like the prince
Is
is
it
there.
by Elena K. Arnold?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I just looked up because I'm like, that sounds interesting, but like I'm
Yeah.
seeing like, oh, it's fantasy with dragons, young adult fantasy retelling. So I'm a little like, not sure if that's my cup of tea, but I do like that it's a feminist book. Like that
Yeah.
sounds
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah,
I
really.
haven't read nearly enough. Like, not that I haven't read like empowering reads, because I have, but I haven't read like one in a while that's just like, yeah, we're really gonna get into like some feminist issues, and it's just
Yeah.
like,
I see one good feminist story. I actually read it last year, was Frat Girl. Frat Girl was a pretty good one. Um you know, the more into feminism I've been recently, like since I even read that, I'd still say it's like tame in comparison to what they could have been talking about. But
yeah,
it's still a good book, you know, a good old young adult story, kind of like having teens, you know, kind of learn more about feminism. But it was still a good book. I rated it 5 stars. It was just very impressive, you know.
Yeah, I
nice.
love a good. Oh, sorry. I love a good feminist story. I mean, um, I I love writing feminist characters. Like in The Curse's Light, I have a feminist character. She's not in the first book very much until the end, but she's in the second book a lot. And she actually becomes the main character in my sequel series because I
Oh,
love her that much. My mom just finished a chapter in the second book where she had her first moment to shine for the first time after being introduced, and she says she absolutely loved it because she goes off, and some of the quotes she says is just awesome. I absolutely love writing her character, but yeah, I love a good feminist character. Have you guys ever seen the movie Moxie? Is on
I
Netflix.
haven't. It's
Moxie!
been
Austin
on
Price,
my
so great.
TV watch
I
list
enjoyed.
for a while.
I recommend it. I enjoyed it.
I'll
Yeah,
have
that was a
to
good one.
watch it because I've
I'm
been meaning to.
Yeah, I kinda am curious about reading the book, but I have heard that it is much worse than the movie, and that
Really?
like the guy, because the guy's a total feminist in the movie, but apparently he's kind of a total not all men and all about defending and not actually like going for the cause like the
That
character
doesn't
is
that
in.
doesn't sound like the guy for the movie, which makes me sad because he was such
That's
a
what I'm
sweet
saying.
guy.
Yeah, he was good. That's why I'm saying it's like, are you kidding me?
I don't want to read the
He's not.
book.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It was just like a little bit of curious. Like I kind of want to see like what the original content was. But one book I do want to read is He Must Like You, and it's like she
Mm.
gets sexually harassed,
Mm.
and no one is giving her the time of day, and I'm kind of like, okay, I want to see what she does, what she fights for. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I have it available at my library on Libby. I just haven't read it yet. It's just one of those things where it's like, right now, because of how hard it is for me to read, and it just seems like it's an important story. So it's like one of those things where it's like, I mean, it is still young adult contemporary, so I'm sure it's not like brutal, but it is like one of those things where I really want to pay attention, and I am paying
Mhm.
attention to stories. It's just I want to be more in like a proper reading mode to read it because I feel like it's a book that definitely deserves the time of day. Um,
Mhm.
but I definitely have that on my TBR, whether it is I'll read it this year or the next year.
Nice. Yeah, I get what you mean about like I'm not in the right headspace for this because it does sound like it's gonna be like a heavier read.
Yeah,
So I totally get just being like I can't do this right now, but I
right.
want to eventually. So
Yeah.
I
So
understand.
it's 35. Would you guys want to go for another 30-minute sprint?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Okay, we'll be back at 05. Happy reading,
Yay.
everyone.
Happy reading, happy writing.
All right, how are your sprints?
I got a little more than 20 pages read this time,
Awesome.
which is good, and it's starting to get interesting now.
Yay.
Like it starts when she was like 14, and it's kind of like sped through like her like adolescence and like into early adulthood. And now I think she's about like 30. And so she is in this loveless marriage, like taking care of like this guy's like previous kids that aren't hers, and he has a like a mistress, that he's seen on the side, and she has just met the mistress, and she's kind of in love with her. So, yeah. So it's interesting. I feel like some interesting developments are going to come that way. So.
Yeah, especially if it was made in the 1980s, because I feel like there was hardly any representation back then.
Right.
And so that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. How did your sprints go?
Very good. And I don't know. I think I got farther into it. Maybe I got 11 pages farther. Maybe. I don't know. I guess maybe. Wait. No, I got to the next chapter. Hello. I got to the next chapter. I think it was such a long sprint. I guess I kind of forgot. No, I got 11 pages more. Got to the next page and everything, and so it was just they were finishing up the chapter where the stepmom had the baby, and so this one is the baby shower and everything, and like apparently the mom, for the Nina, the sister that died, her mom, the main character's mom, apparently took it really hard, the death and everything. So apparently she had lost a lot of weight at the beginning of when she died, but fortunately, even though she is not going to the baby shower, she seems to be doing better. Like at first, she used to be so scared to hug her and everything, but it seems like she's doing better, at least somewhat better. So it's like, okay. But again, I mean, imagine being, I don't think the sister was too much older than the main character, and she's still a teenager. So it's like, man, that would have been awful to lose your kid. And apparently,
Yeah.
it sounds like a terrible accident. Like, the main character still doesn't remember, but sometimes she gets like triggered by certain words. Like the stepmom's mother had said, don't put this frame above the crib, the glass could break or something like that. And then she got triggered, glass shattering, certain things, like, she's getting like little things, little memories and stuff. But it's like, man, that's gonna be awful that like this happened to your sister, but you don't actually remember exactly what happened,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some people block out, if something truly traumatic happened to them, some people block out the memories and don't really remember it.
Yeah.
So and again, that might happen.
Yeah, and that's like the big thing I think is supposed to be happening at the very end of the book. Obviously, that's the beginning of the story chronologically. But I am, kind of curious, like what went down. Very curious about that. But I'm having a great time so far. I'm having a good chunk of fun with it. Obviously, I would say, to be fair, the second chapter was definitely more fun than this one is. It is still kind of like a bummer. And it's also like a baby shower. So it's like this teenager is going, there's not too much that a teenager is really doing at a baby shower. It's just kind of going through the motions, kind of talking about the mom and stuff. But I am having a good time, and I'm really glad about that. But I'm very pleased with the way these reading sprints are going for me. Because like I said, even when we were doing reading sprints starting last year, it wasn't like I was doing that much reading. Maybe I was, but like not too much. And I'm very pleased that I actually am reading. I'm just like, yes, rocking it.
Nice. Yeah, my sprints went well. They were like they're about to go to war, like I mentioned, but then they got hits a snag on their plans to go to war because it is now sunrise, and
Mm.
one of the the main character or one of the main characters is a vampire, and there's a couple other vampires that's helping out that she's allied herself with. So she can't go out to the daylight. She doesn't want to turn to dust. She'll slip for 1,000 years already, so she's not ready to die yet.
Mhm.
Um. Uh. So yeah, but as soon as the sun goes down, they are going to go to war. So that's gonna be exciting. I'm very excited.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this.
How much do you think you have left if you're already at the, like, I'm assuming the main battle scene of the book?
Um. Well, with my Jazz Press series, I had like the battles at the end of the book.
Yeah.
But this one is going to show a little of the after effects after the first battle, because like this is going
Mm.
to be the final battle because there's going to be two more books, or yeah,
Yeah.
two or three more. Yeah, two more. Okay, it's a trilogy. Um. So so it's going to so the battle isn't actually going to be the very end, but it's going to be pretty close to it.
Gotcha.
So I'm getting there.
Yeah,
Yay!
it sounds like it. Yeah. That's awesome.
So I'm just curious, you guys, how many books have you read this year so far?
I have read 32 books because I have Goodreads open.
Awesome, great job. What about you,
I,
Joharra?
I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't read as much as I usually do, but I am doing better than I did last year because last year was like your this year.
mm,
Right.
So, uh so I'm doing better than last year, so I say that's a plus.
Mhm.
So I'm getting my reading groove back, and I'm very happy about that. Um,
Awesome.
I'm my issue is that I'm trying to find a good like medium ground between reading and writing because I love writing and I tend to think about my books a lot and I tend to write a lot. So my reading always gets kind of like taken the backstage, and it's like even though I love writing and I love to write as often as I do want to kind of add more time for reading as well because I have like so many books I want to read. Uh, so yeah, I'm just trying to, you know, get it so I read a little bit more.
Yeah. What would you guys say your favorite book so far of 2022 and your least favorite book? If you guys can think of it off the top of your head.
I have Goodreads open, so I'm gonna pull mine up. Jahar, if you want to answer while I look at my Goodreads.
I'm trying to think of what I even read this year. I might have to pull mine up too because I have no idea.
Yeah. I'd say for me, technically, whoa, I got a bug in here. Stupid bug. I hate bugs. Anyway, the I'd say unfortunately the Spanish Love Deception, even though technically it is the best book I've read this year,
Mhm.
it did, kind of let me down. And at first I was more impressed with it at the beginning, and unfortunately I just had to give it 3 stars. It just kind of let me down. But technically speaking, that is like the best of the year. I'm not too sure about the worst of the year because like every other one is like Spanish Love Deception was okay. Like let's say like this is where's my hand going? Okay, something there. Let's say 5 is here and 1 is here, or at least not good. And unfortunately, it's like Spanish Love Deception's here, and unfortunately, like every other book is like none of them like really had anything going for it, had my interest or anything. So it's like I'm hoping I'll have better luck for the this end of the year, for these last 6 months. But I was trying to do the answers for the mid-year freakout tag. You know how hard it
I do
is with
that one.
5, 6 books? Just very hard to answer the questions, especially
I
when you don't
mean,
really have a winner.
for your for the question that's like what you need to read before the year ends, I'm sure you have plenty for that
Well,
question.
I'm not, unfortunately, not really. Like, my plan is like at least, I do want to read The Love Hypothesis. I have that on hold at the library. I definitely want to read that. My physical TBR, and so that could count for a lot of books, you know. But I wouldn't say like I so much have a plan because, like I said, it is kind of in the realm of whatever I can get my hands on, whatever I decide to read, you know, because at this point it isn't so much I plan to read this and I plan to read this and I plan to read that. Unfortunately, it's not quite going the way reading has in the past. And again, part of it is a good thing because it's not like I'm forcing myself to read, but it's also it just is a bummer because it's like I'd like to read more. And you know how many movies and shows I've watched this year? A bajillion movies and shows, probably. Like many hours upon many hours and many YouTube videos, but reading, just like, beep, barely anything. But again, I have tried some books. I have put some books down just because it seems like a great book. It seems interesting. It's just right now it doesn't fit for me. So I've put a lot of them down. Like even people with me on vacation. I was trying the audiobook for like a second or two. It just didn't work for the time. But now that I have the book, maybe, that's definitely something that I think would be a good fit for reading during summer. And that's why I'm really excited about doing this summer splash readathon because I do want to get more into like a summery vibe. I really want to enjoy this summer and like do something cool because like being in Florida, summer is all the time. So I really want to like get into like an exciting groove, because summer's always been my favorite season, but when summer is like throughout the whole year, it is a little like eh. So I want to kind of like make it count more and put some exciting stuff into it. So
Nice. Yeah, according to Goodreads, I've read 25 books so far this year.
That's amazing.
good
Thanks.
job.
Huh?
I said good job.
Thanks. Um, Besides my rereads of Secrets and Harry Potter, I'd say my favorite read would probably have been The Secrets of the Immortal Nicholas Flamel. I mean, I'm still reading that series, but I've already read the first three books. I'm on the fourth one, and I'm really enjoying it. Like I've mentioned, it is very fast paced, which I love. Like it got into the story like immediately, and so far there hasn't even really been any boring parts for me. I mean, yeah, they had to sit down and explain a few things, but they always managed to do it pretty quickly, and then the more action. So I absolutely love it, and I highly recommend it. But I rated them 5 stars. But my least favorite,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my least favorite is still 3 stars. So I mean,
That's nice.
still a good read, just not the greatest read. And
Yeah.
and that would be Beastly.
I liked that one. Many years ago, I liked that one.
The movie so much.
I did like the movie.
I love it, and I thought, hey, I might as well finally read the book because when I first watched the movie, I didn't know it was a book.
Oh, okay.
I found the movie because of Alyssa, and it has Vanessa Hudgens, who I like, and Neil Patrick Harris. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a try. And I really enjoyed it. But the book, there's just a few things that there was. I mean, first of all, with the book, I feel like it was mostly just in the Beast point of view. I mean, I guess that was the point. But in the movie, I really like that you get to see more of Lindy.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that before. Yeah.
Yeah, and I also didn't like Lindy's dad in the book. I mean, in the movie, he still wasn't the greatest dad, but it was obvious that he cared a great deal for his daughter. He just made a lot of bad choices after his wife died. He kind of got addicted to drugs, and it kind of put Lindy in some bad situations. But in the book, he downright abused her and did not care about her, even admitted not caring what happens to her after giving her to the beast. Like, no, I mean, at least in the movie, he cared about her and was worried about her constantly. Like, I think the only thing I liked better in the book was the fact that in the movie, they didn't really show Lindy's love of books. which is the whole point of the beauty part of the Beauty and the Beast. So I did like that part of the book more than the movie, but other than that, I really enjoy the movie a lot more.
Yeah, I don't remember enough of it, but I'm sure if I read it today, I wouldn't like it. But I do remember at least enjoying it. But I probably would, I probably, even then, I'm sure I would have rated it 3 stars like you. So we probably would have, I mean, obviously, like I said, I did enjoy it, but it always happens. Usually, the book's better than the movie. Obviously, it depends, but
But every so often you find that movie that's better than the book. It doesn't
right.
happen often, but every so often.
Yeah. What about you, Robin? Favorite and the worst?
All right. I'm trying to not say every single one. So I'm gonna pick 2 favorites and 2 least favorites. Being like one. I've been trying to read at least one classic book a month. So I'm gonna pick one favorite of like modern versus
Okay.
classic. Is my thinking on this? Okay, so my favorite modern book I read that came out last year is called The Unraveling by Benjamin Rosenbaum. That was a really cool, like, distantly in the future science fiction where like humanity has evolved so far from today that they just seem alien, and they have like an entirely different culture from us, and just like it's one of the very few sci-fis I've read that I'm just like, wow, like this is so well done that it truly feels alien, even though I can still recognize that these are humans. So I just absolutely love that one. And then my favorite classic pick is probably The Man Who Folded Himself by David Gerald. That one originally came out in the 80s, and it's about a man who gets a belt that allows him to time travel, and he spends like the entirety of the book hanging out with different versions of himself.
Interesting.
And I loved it so much that it's like most of the time it's like him taking care of either a past version of himself or like a future version of himself taking care of like the present self, and it's just like it was so well done. I was amazed. Least favorite books, I didn't have any books I really hated this year, which is good. But my lowest rated book was Animorphs #9, which I rated 2 stars. I felt like it just didn't add anything to the series overall, and like I'm baffled because there's like a huge like plot like conflict that happens in this that doesn't make sense for like the previous book. It kind of like undid something. So I don't know why that happened, because I'm like, this is a huge continuity error and it really annoyed me. And then my least favorite classic pick, which probably was City of Illusions by Ursula K. Le Guin. This is the second Le Guin book I read, and just compared to her other writing, I didn't think it was as good, and it just was like she could have achieved the same thing as she had written in that book in the short story, but like for some reason it's like 180 pages long, and like 80 of those pages nothing happens in it. So I just thought it was longer than it needed to be. So that one was 3 stars, I think.
Yeah.
Goodreads won't let me see what I rated it. I think I rated that one 3 stars because it was good, but she does better than that, So
Yeah.
I wasn't as impressed with that one. So I gotta do my mid-year freak out though.
Me too.
I didn't realize it's time for that.
I'm just disappointed because, like, technically speaking, I could kind of do it, but like one of the questions is like the best sequel you've read so far. Well, I have read a sequel. Is it the best? No. Is it the only one? Yes.
I think I'm
It's
at
not like,
one sequel as well. I'm not a
it's
big
just gonna be funny. It's just like, all right, it's the same 5 every single time. Here we go, guys. Ooh, party. But I don't know. It's it's like I am hoping. I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say. What I'm thinking is I do want to read more, maybe accomplish my physical TBR better, because even though I did want to aim for that more this year, that has not happened at all, really. But I definitely want to at least find books that I want to read. Like some of these summary reads and a whole lot of recommendations, a lot of book Twitter people and booktube, they've been talking about it. So it's like, hey, maybe I'll check that out for myself. But I just wish it was like so easy to figure out. Yes, you'll enjoy it, but obviously that is not guaranteed. Um, but yeah, I kind of wish, like, this is usually how it is for me, a book that is interesting enough, but I don't have enough interest or motivation to read a full book. I'm like, man, I wish there was just a movie. It'd just be like, here's the summary and all the story, here you go. And yes, for some people they'd be like, it doesn't give the full effect. It's like, I got enough.
Have you ever read Illumini?
Is that Illuminate?
Illuminate, yeah. I'm a reader, not a talker, so I don't know how anything's pronounced.
No, I haven't. It's very intimidating, isn't it? All that
It's a
mixed
big
media
book,
stuff.
but it's all mixed media, so it's all
Yeah.
like through text messages. And I found it like it's 500 pages long, but I like blew through that book because it is so action packed and it is like so like short form writing. So that's kind of like my go-to recommendation for people who are like not into reading long form as much, and so maybe that might help. Also, like the main character is a badass girl, so like I feel like you would like the main character, and like I thought the romance was cute. It's very like subtle, like compared to like most of it's like action and sci-fi, and then there's that little bit of romance. So it's like that.
Yeah. Is it in space though, or
It's in space.
yeah?
It's not like technical terms, a lot of that, if you're really intimidated by that stuff. It's just they're on a spaceship and they're fleeing a threat.
Yeah, I don't know. I know for me, like that's one of the sci-fi ones. It's like my same attitude with fantasy. Like that's definitely a sci-fi aspect that I'm not so down with. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, because I did see someone, because I'm trying to look up, one of the prompts is read someone else's favorite books. So I'm like, I went to Twitter. I'm like, come on, people, tell me your favorite books. And one of them said Illuminate. So I'm like, oh.
There you go. I liked it.
What's your favorite book, Robin?
Ooh, that's too hard for me to answer. I think in the Q&A video I did, I said The Long Way to a Small Angry Planet, which is a space book, so I don't think you would like it. And I answered with that just because like that book like changed my life. Like, not to be dramatic, but it kind of like got me reading again, and it got me into sci-fi, and it definitely led me to where I am right now. So
that's why really cool. I guess it worked out.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's as like important to other people as it is to me, just because like it just so happened to come at a right time in my life and affected me in a positive way. So
yeah, totally.
Yeah, my favorite books would be Harry Potter and Seekers, no doubt, which is probably obvious if you know me at all.
Yeah.
I would have guessed that.
Seekers is just so underrated, and it makes me sad. Like, there's so many reasons why I love it. I love the writing and the characters and the adventure and the friendship. That's my favorite part of it. But one thing I love, because I know in one of these sprints recently, we were talking about like romance and how they kind of romance overshadows a lot of things. And I just realized this like recently, because I was doing filming a video. I don't remember what video now, but I ended up comparing Secrets and Harry Potter, and I did not realize they had this similarity. But I was like, okay, maybe this is why they're both my favorite. But the fact that both series, the main characters start off young, so they don't have any they don't worry about romance yet because they're too young to really think about it. But then once they start to get older and romance starts to be a factor in their lives, it still doesn't overshadow the main friendship in the series, and I was like, that's why both of these series are my favorites, because even when they start to feel romantic attraction towards people, even after they started getting into relationships, the relationships did not overshadow the main friendship, which is kind of the overall theme of both series. And I absolutely love that. And I feel like it's such an underrated thing to do. I know I have one series planned. I told Robin a little bit about it. And it'll be like enemies to friends and forbidden friendship instead of enemies to lovers and forbidden relationship, because and there's not going to be any romance at all in this series, but it's about these two people, or they're magical creatures, and their kind hates each other, but then they end up meeting and they end up forming this strong platonic bond.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited for that series.
Well, that sounds really cool. And I'll say, one of my favorite enemies to friends platonic situation is Buzz and Woody. Like, they're so good. And, like, if
Oh.
you'd never watched Toy Story 1, if you only watched 2 and 3, you would have thought they were always best buds. You wouldn't have even, they're so close that you wouldn't have thought they were enemies. They were such good friends.
Yeah, I love
It is
Toy
good to see
Story.
kind of like the opposing rivals, but then you see how close they are through the rest of the series or the franchise or whatever. Like, those are the best.
Yeah.
I could never get into Toy Story.
Really? Those are so good.
I grew up on it. Like, I had
Exactly.
like the characters as toys growing up. Like, so it's super nostalgic for me.
Yeah, those are good ones. It's nice to watch those, then and again. Yeah, fun ones. But that's cool, Joharra, that you're working on that kind of thing. I'm kind of wondering for myself. I can't remember exactly what I was thinking about. Oh, there was some sort of situation. I don't know. It was like a purely hypothetical, fictional situation. It has nothing to do with a particular story. But I was just thinking to myself, what if there was a character? Now, again, this. I don't know. There was like no rhyme or reason for me to even thinking about it, but for whatever reason I was thinking it. And it's just like, what if there was like a main character and like this love interest guy was trying to like talk about kids or something like that, or like he was like a really good kind of father figure to a lot of people, or at least to these kids, like just very a good person. But let's say like they're romantically involved or whatever, and he was talking about kids, and like I I personally have no interest whatsoever with kids. And I feel like if I were to write any story that would frame that, I would definitely be sure to be like, she'd be like, hey, that's cool that you're, treating these kids well and you're giving them a good father figure. But if you're looking for kids, I'm a balance myself. Like, we're not getting into this, I'm not going to be someone who's going to be a motherly figure or anything like that. So like kind of like in the feminist ideal, like obviously for you, Joharra, this focus is to take out the romantic sort of connections and just make it platonic. For me, like for something, if I were to write anything in that regard, I would definitely like, I am not going to have my characters have kids or anything. And especially because if someone were to like, let's say I become a big filmmaker or a big author, and someone questions that, like, oh hey, sometimes your characters are adults and they don't have kids, or one has a kid but they give it up for adoption or something like that. Like, why don't you let your characters have kids? And it's like, how many stories have kids? Like, I just want to make stories where they don't. Like, to, the fact that you think it's so weird that one single author is not writing stories where the end goal, the ending, the happily ever after features kids. That's exactly why I'm writing it. Like,
I mean,
for me, that would definitely be my focus. But I don't know if I would ever do that anyway. But it's just something you just reminded me of it, Joharra, what you were saying. Obviously, it's different, but it's something I always think about myself. So go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay to not want kids, I don't think either one of you want kids, right? Um
It's probably not gonna happen at this point for me.
I mean, and that's okay to not want kids. I feel like a lot of people feel like it's women's job because
Yeah.
they can't bear kids that they should. It's their responsibility. And yes, some women, I can't speak. Okay, let me try that again. Some women want kids.
Mhm.
I mean, I do want kids. I want to be a foster mom because there are a lot of kids out there who really need it, and I do love kids. I mean, I'm the oldest out of 6, so I kind of had to love kids growing up. Like, I've always had a little sibling. I mean, Fantasia's only a year younger than me, so I've always been around kids, like, always. And I absolutely love and adore children. But if you don't want kids, that's fine too. And I feel like there are a lot of media, or I haven't really read it in books, but that's because I focus on fantasy, and I don't think that kind of issues come up in fantasy. But in a lot of media, they'll have maybe a character that says at the beginning, "I don't want kids," but then by the end, is like has kids,
Oh, I hate that.
and
Yeah.
I love. So I don't know if you guys ever seen the show How I Met Your Mother.
I've seen episodes. Yeah,
Well, there's one character I'm not too fond of her character, but I do respect her because of her drive and determination for her career, and I respect
Is
her.
that Robin?
Yeah, Robin.
Yeah.
And one thing she made it clear at the beginning was that marriage wasn't okay, like she might consider it, but kids was a no. She was definitive on it. And at the end, she did not change her mind. She
Nice.
never had kids, ever. And I absolutely loved that because I was like, that's actually one character who said, I don't want kids and did not have kids. And I love it.
Yeah, I'd say, something similar to that is so I've been doing this acting class, and one of the monologues someone did was something in regards to like the girl was saying, I don't know what this monologue is from, but it was basically this girl that was saying, oh, you know, let's say like the audience, the person she's supposed to be talking to is some guy who's trying to ask her, out or something. And she's saying that she's not interested. She doesn't want a relationship. And she's just talking about the fact that, like I thought it was a very good monologue. And, I related very heavily to it. So I was kind of like, hey, I like that someone's talking about this. Yes, please. I like this. And I hated it so much because now, this was like an assistant acting teacher. Like she was like substituting for our official one. But I hated it so much what she said. She was like, oh, this kind of feels like something at the end they're going to get together. Bruh, the point is that she doesn't want to get together. What do you not understand? I was so annoyed by that. So this is what I am tired of with like stories where there is, and that's what I hate so much about like the typical rom-com or the romance trope, the fact that it's usually the guy's really into her, and even though she has no interest whatsoever, like they completely ignore what she's literally saying. They don't care about what she's saying. It's always push her, push her, push her until she says yes. And I hate that so much. Like, if it was me, I'd just be like, I'm out of here. Don't you dare talk to me again. Do I have to get the cops? I would get the cops.
I mean,
man,
I hate that too. I mean, it's okay to not want a relationship, even if you're not aromantic or something and you do have romantic attraction. It's okay to be single. It's okay to be just yourself, I mean, and it's just so annoying because it's like people assume happiness with a romantic relationship. And just because, like, I was watching something the other day and it was like something they said was like people, because it was talking about asexual representation and the lack of, and it was like people has gotten to the point where they associate love with sex. And I'm like, no, but no. There's a way to be intimate without being like that, And it's just very frustrating. I mean, it's okay to be single, and to work on yourself. And I mean, I'm single and I'm very happy, you know. I'm it's just me and my books, whether it's reading them or writing them. And I mean, I'm very happy and I don't need a romantic relationship to be complete. And it's
Exactly.
bogus that the society thinks you need to be in a romantic relationship to be happy or to be fulfilled or to be complete. Like, I hate when someone says, "Oh, they're my other half." Like, you're saying that you're broken or not complete without them? Like, no.
Yeah.
That's a little codependency right there. I mean, it's okay to be in love with someone, but to think that you're not complete without them, I'm sorry, but that just sounds a little toxic to me.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I 100% agree with what you're saying, Joharra. So, yeah, that's what annoyed me hearing what she said there, and just the idea that, just the way that societal expectations and social pressure, either peer pressure, whatever. And it's just a shame to hear about people that literally, if the social pressure had been lessened, or if it was the social pressure now where it's more accepted and more like understood that, hey, it's not the end all be all, and not you don't have to spend your life searching for a relationship or searching to have a family. So it's like, I do appreciate that it's a little bit more normal. And I guess that was my point. Anyway, I just like that it's getting a little bit more accepted there.
Yeah, definitely.
I do
Would
hate,
you sorry, go ahead.
I do hate the like the common like rom-com trope where it's like the girl's like not really interested, but by the end like they get together anyway, and it kind of just feel like it teaches guys not good lessons, and that is if she
Exactly.
says no, just keep asking until she says yes, and it's
Yeah.
like
That'd be the worst.
There's this
it
show that
doesn't work that way.
yeah, definitely not. But there's this show I like. It's called One Day at a Time. I think it's a remake of an older show called One Day at a Time, but I've never seen the original. But I really like this version, and it's they sometimes deal with some heavier themes. And there's a lot of representation which I like. It's about this Mexican family or Cuban. Sorry, wrong. Okay, Cuban family, and one of the main characters is a lesbian as well, and she ends up getting to this relationship with a non-binary person, which was it's very diverse, and I really like it. But they deal with some heavier themes sometimes, and there's this one episode where the mom got really upset because she saw her son's Instagram page where he was at a museum with his date, and he was he touched her inappropriately and stuff. And so the family had this like long talk with him, and um you find out that the girl originally didn't want to go out with him, but the grandmother insisted to keep pushing until she said yes to wear her down. And so the mom and the daughter kind of yelled at her, saying how wrong and messed up that is, and that that's not okay. But I really like what the lesbian daughter says. Like, she's this huge feminist, and she's an amazing character. Like, I would watch the show just for her, like, seriously. But she goes on this whole rant, and it was an awesome rant, and it was like, I don't remember how the conversation got put there, but she was like how at rape prevention week at school, how all these signs are aimed at women, don't go out alone, don't dress provocatively or this and that. And she was like, how about you teach your sons not to rape? Like, yes. I was like, yes, girl, that's exactly true, because that's the truth. Don't blame the girls for dressing however they want to dress. It is their body. And I listened to this song. I think it's a newer song recently. I highly suggest you guys check it out. It's on Spotify. It's called "I've Had Enough" by Melina KB. And she's basically saying that she's like I'm trying to think of the lyrics. My mind just went blank. But it's like, here's to the no's, to the leaving me alone, and she's basically saying that it's my body, my spirit. You cannot demand my body, my spirit, my love. That's part of the chorus, and I absolutely love it because it's so true, and it's such an empowering feminist song, and I'm in love with it.
Yeah, I'd say a good one too is Invitation. Let me see what the artist for that one is. But it's such a good song. It's like, this is not an invitation. Where do I have it? Man, guess it's been a while since I listened to it. Invitation. Maybe I'll have to look it up. Oh, hello. Just search it up. Invitation.
How do all of our sprints get to this serious conversation?
Invitation, I don't know how you say it, but it's Ashnikko. Ashnikko. The album is Unlikable, but man, that song is so good. Yeah, I listened to that song so many times that it was on my on my Spotify Wrapped for the year. It was like on that top, or no, it's just I've listened to it so much. It's it wasn't January that I started listening to it, but I listened to it so many times. It's like in my top 10 of all time listening to. I mean, that song is so good, and I'm just like, yeah, what more?
I have a feeling that's gonna happen with this song. I've had enough because I think it's a newer song. I think this is a newer artist, but I've been listening to. She has a few good songs, but I'm obsessed with this particular song. It's just so good, and I'm like, yes! Like every time it comes on, I get so into it, and I'm like, yes, this is what we need. Like, can all the men in the world just listen to this song and realize,
Yeah, and I still think about that Tumblr post that was like, all these preventative measures, it's always targeting the girls, but you know what it actually is doing? It's just so that he can get the other girls. It's not actually protecting anyone. And the worst thing is the people that literally think, oh, well, I'm better. I'm dressing modest, so nothing will happen to me. Hello? 100% something could happen to you. It's ridiculous. It happens to kids, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And are you gonna blame them? Huh? I don't think so.
It's not what the kids were wearing, that's for sure.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. But it's not about clothes. It's about these awful people doing criminal things, and it's just awful to see people try to justify it and try to attack the victim instead of the perpetrator.
Yeah, and it's awful.
No.
I mean, if they want to do that, they're going to do it no matter what you wear. And I mean, if it's a big enough guy, then he can still attack you with, even if you aren't alone, I mean, women should not have to be afraid to walk at night alone. My mom was telling me about this thing. She was watching an interview or something. This guy was talking about something, I don't know, but then he started telling a story about he was walking late at night and saw this girl and just waved all friendly, like he had friendly intentions. He just waved, because being friendly and all that, but she kind of freaked out and was afraid and was like all shaky and stuff, trying to get to her car. And he said that he was kind of offended back then, but now that he thinks about it, he was like, he realized that she was afraid of what could happen because she's a woman late at night alone, and she was like, like, it's messed up that women have to be afraid because us guys don't have to be afraid. And so I was like, but that's the truth.
Yeah, it's rough stuff. But to get on a lighter note, would you guys want to do a sprint a minute from now? So
I think I'm gonna tap out for the night, actually.
Oh, okay.
I had a late night last night, so.
Well, I'm really glad. I just wasn't up for the sprint yesterday, but I'm glad we were able to have you, Robin.
Yeah, it was so good that we could do today instead because it worked out for me, and I got a lot done today. I got
like. And it didn't work out for me either, so it's all good.
All good.
But I just want to say to Robin, I guess to both of you, thank you so much for your comments on my on my most recent video. Like, I was very disappointed at first. My video was doing real bad. I was so sad by the fact it was like getting watched by no one. I was very sad, and like no one was commenting. And here I see some of my best friends on here, you know, get a good long message, and it was just very nice to see, and you know, for you guys to share your opinions and everything. So I just want to say a big old thank you for that.
You're welcome. That's what friends are for.
I finally caught up on my booktube for now until more posts are uploaded, but I'm
always behind.
I'm mostly up to date, I think, for now. So yeah, so I was a little behind on watching your video. I was just trying to catch up, but I did.
Yeah, totally. No, I'm so glad. I was just like, man, this is what I get for finally making a longer video. People aren't watching anything. Well, fortunately, it's a little bit better. I think I have about 15 views on the video, so it's like it's not the best performance. And of course, the most recent performance before that was my It's Not Summer Without You, and that was like, it's like my best performing one this year, so it's like I can't be too mad that it's not doing better in comparison to that one, but I'm still pleased with how it went.
Yeah, I mean, I finally filmed my video. I've been talking about filming it, and I haven't because I was just procrastinating. The underrated series highlights, the first one for that series of videos I'm planning. And that one turned out to be like 42 minutes because I was talking about like 6 books. So yeah, that's kind of why I was procrastinating a bit, because I was like, this is going to be a long video, especially since it's one of my favorite series of all time. I'm going to want to talk about it a lot. So yeah, but I finally filmed it. I just now have to get it ready and edit it and upload it. So at least the filming part is over. That's the hard part. Getting motivation.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much for coming on, Robin. Are we doing... Oh, hello. I will not be available for writing sprints if you are doing it on Tuesday. I'm going to go see the new Jurassic World movie with my family.
Okay,
I might actually be able to come. Let me think about it. It depends on how long the movie is. I might be able to pop in later. I'm not too sure. We're going at like 5:30. I just can't remember how long the movie is, so I might be able to come on, but I'll just be later than like right away.
Okay.
So I'll see if I'll be able to show up, but I might be able to come. And then hopefully maybe reading sprints next week. You know, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think it's my turn to host.
I was gonna ask whose turn is it. I should be able to make it this Tuesday though. So.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, awesome. And then I'll talk to Tabby and see if she can make it this week.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thanks for hosting tonight, and
night.
have a good night, everyone.
Bye.
Yay!
Okay, so we'll be back at 22.
Sounds good.
All right. Happy reading and writing, everyone. All right, how are your sprints?
Hi. They were good. Yeah. I kind of took a break because I had to go back to my notes. Um, but to refresh a little bit about my ideas for the book. Um, this is kind of a lighter chapter because it's daylight right now, so they can't, since Kalista is a vampire and she's kind of leading the charge. She can't go out right now, so they're trying to just like a couple of them are out kind of patrolling to make sure nothing bad is happening while they are on the down low. Um, so yeah, but the war is going to be happening, or at least starting next chapter, so that's exciting.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm very uh have this flow going, and I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't get any reading done. I was just preparing a little bit more for the May wrap up I have coming up. I was like, hey, let's just get the synopsis in order and just, put that in. So I was working on that. I was just working on a few things, checking out my YouTube, just checking on, the studio and everything. So, yeah, I unfortunately didn't get any reading done, but I'm still very glad that I am enjoying the book. I feel like I'm almost at page 30. I feel like that's right. Yeah, page 28. So I'm on page 28. And yeah, I'm having a good time with the book. So I'm really glad about that. I will try my best to not get my hopes up too high, though. I don't want another repeat of the Spanish Love Deception. I don't want to be like, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me, and it'd be like, oh, that was for 2 seconds. Okay, you know.
Yeah, I feel like it is worse when you do have such high hopes. Um, for me, I know what I like, so I kind of stay in my little, I call it my little reading bubble, because I know what I like, so I don't go out of my comfort zone, because what's the point? I mean, I know what I like, so if I want to enjoy what I'm going to read, I'm going to get what I know I like. But every so often, I find something that does end up disappointing me, and I feel like it's just so much worse because I I was like so happy for it, so excited and anticipating it, and then it just falls short, and I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, yeah, it can be such a bummer.
Yeah.
So I'm trying my best, which is sad because I'd much rather be like, man, this is great, and it is great. Oh, I forgot to mention this because we were talking about books and writing and stuff. I think you saw on my Twitter that I was starting Pretty Little Liars.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now it wasn't so much that I was like, oh my gosh, I have to watch this show, or oh my gosh, this show is so great. I was just kind of like, hey, let's give it a try. So I got about 18 episodes into the first season, but I just decided, the stories that are happening, some of the plot points, I'm just like, I'm over it. So I was just like, I'm done. But I'm hoping I can find some more stuff because I was trying to find some stuff on HBO Max, but I wasn't finding much of anything. I just want to find some new stuff, It's like I want some new things to watch.
There's this new show on Netflix. It's a Netflix original, and I think it just dropped. Like, it's very new. There's only like 8 episodes because it's a Netflix original. But I binged it yesterday, and I really enjoyed it. It was called First Kill.
I heard people talk about it. Yeah.
And it's a different, like we were talking about earlier, about different takes on things that's been done before. And because like we've all seen the whole vampire human or vampire hunter relationship, but this one is a female on female one, and I love it. It's about these 2 girls. One's a vampire. She's in a family of vampires, and then the other is a vampire hunter who's in a family of vampire or monster hunters. They hunt all monsters, but then the 2 of them meet. They form this strong connection, this strong bond, and they fall in love. Despite the fact that their families hate each other, their families keep trying to forbid them from seeing each other because they are supposed to be enemies, but they don't care because they've fallen in love. And it's really good.
Well, I'm glad that you found a show that you liked, But obviously, I mean, it's coming closer now. But I'm looking forward to, volume 2 of Stranger Things 4. I'm just like, I need to know what happens at the end.
Same. Like, yes. So agreed. Though I'm so annoyed with the whole thing going on between Nancy and Steve. Because
You're just like, no!
I'm a Nancy and Jonathan shipper. Like, I love Jonathan and I love Nancy and Jonathan together. And I'm just very upset because it looks like they're toying with the idea of putting Nancy and Steve together. I'm like, no, just no. Like, and I don't know if, and what's worse, it would have been one thing if they kind of, I still wouldn't have liked it, but it would have been a different story if they kind of slowly brought it back up, because it feels like it came out of nowhere. Like, the two of them have not had like any sort of relationship in such a long time. They hardly had any scenes in season 3 together, let alone a one-on-one scene. And then all of a sudden, their old feelings are coming back. And besides, Nancy's feelings for Steve were never as strong as her feelings for Jonathan. She always had a pull towards him, even when she wanted Steve.
Yeah, like there was. Yeah, like at the end of season 2, yes, he wished that things had been different, and he had a like longing look for her. But yeah, season 3 was so like, hey, they're done.
Yeah, exactly.
Season 4 is just like, here they are.
I just want to bring up more relationship drama they had in the first 2 seasons.
Yeah. I would say though.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, for me, just Jonathan, I really don't care about, but obviously, they are the right people for each other, so it is a little like, seriously, no. But I do understand Jonathan's motivation, that to tell her that he's gonna go to community college and he's not gonna go where she's gonna go. She'd go with him, and he's like, no, I want her to achieve her dreams, and I understand his motivation there. But the fact that they are kind of like, oh, this person doesn't care about me, it's like, okay, they're gonna reconnect, and the miscommunication is going to resolve itself. But it is a little bit like, why are they teasing Steve and Nancy?
Exactly. And I mean, it's worse because right before the whole Nancy Steve teasing thing was going on, they showed that thing where it was going back and forth between Nancy and Jonathan and talking about the other, about why they love them so much. And then all of a sudden, it's like they're just throwing away 3 years of this couple just for the possibility to please, I don't know, some Nancy and Steve fans out there. And I'm like, no. I mean, even in season 1, it was obvious when Nancy wanted Steve, she had this bond, this connection, this desire for Jonathan that she never had with Steve.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason why she wanted Steve was superficial. He was this cool, hot guy, the popular guy at school, But Jonathan, her relationship with him was so much deeper than that. Yeah. And that's why it was so beautiful. And that's why, in the end, Jonathan was her endgame. And I'm so mad that they're trying to undo that.
You're just like, how dare they?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, again, that relationship, like whether it is between Jonathan and Nancy or Nancy and Steve, it's that pairing I really don't care about either way. But it is a little bit like, narrative wise, it doesn't really make sense why they're teasing it now. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that they're trying to keep those Nancy and Steve fans, give them a little tease and then rip the rug right from under them when they get all excited. And it's just like, no. It's always been Jonathan and Nancy.
Right?
They're going to be like, are you kidding me?
But and apparently there are some people after season 4 that's starting to ship Nancy and Robin. And I'm like, I like the idea of their friendship, but it's okay for a straight girl and a lesbian girl to be just friends. It doesn't always have to be something romantic. Like, and I didn't even get any romantic vibes from them at all. And Nancy has never given off any vibes of being a lesbian or bisexual or anything.
Yeah, people just, go and be like, pairing, and it's like, no. One scene that had me like concerned that something bad was going to happen is that scene that Robin and Nancy, when they were looking up the stuff at the library for the newspaper, and Robin's just like, hey, Nancy, what are we looking for? And she's like, Nancy? and she knocks on that. And at first, but you don't see anything. So I'm like, is something bad about to happen? And she just looks like she's all annoyed. She's like, what do you want? But at that point, it did look like something bad was about to happen. I was like, oh no.
They
Man,
probably
this
did
season
that.
got me so paranoid about some bad things happening,
Yeah, but I am so scared for Elle. Like, she's been through so much more than any character, and I like the fact that they brought Dr. Brenner back and they shaved off her head again, and she's back like season 1, and it's like it's honestly it feels like they're trying to do a full circle to season 1. I just realized that talking about Elle, because with Dr. Brenner, with the whole that place again, the government thing, and her shaved head, and all of that, and then the whole Nancy, Jonathan, Steve love triangle going on. It feels like they're doing a full 180, and I'm like, no.
You're just like, are you serious? No, I mean, that's part of why I was like, I loved 11 with her shaved head, and that's why I was like, oh, it's cool, it's back. But of course, you could easily tell it was totally a wig. Like, it's so obvious that it was not shaved. It's so obvious. It's so much bigger and stuff, and it's just, it is, but it still has been just like, there's 11, but yeah, I just feel like the show's kind of soulless to me, but it's still interesting enough that I want to see what happens next, what they're gonna do. And I'm kind of wondering, like, what season 5 is going to entail. Like, what is going to be the ending of Stranger Things? Like, where are they going? What is going to be the end game goal?
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, it'll be exciting to see, because I do kind of wonder how it's going to end. Like, are they finally completely destroyed the Upside Down? That would be interesting.
I didn't even consider that. Yeah, that could be definitely a possibility.
I mean, they can't just keep closing it, because there's always going to be that possibility of it opening up. I mean, that's what's been happening for 4 seasons now.
Yeah.
Opening. So I feel like at this point, the only end game would be to completely destroy it.
Yeah. That's a fair one, and it is. It's all bad all around. There are bad things in there. It's no good.
And especially since season 4, from where we're at, left us off with a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
I really want, like, Mike and Jonathan and Will to find Elle, and because Nancy kind of has that whole thing going on right now.
Yeah, it's a whole lot. What's going on? I remember I was salty about the fact that it was saying volume 1 and 2, but it is a little bit good that it's not like I know what's happened yet, because then I'd have to wait even longer, for like season 5. But it is a little bit where it's like, okay, I'm letting it mellow and simmer, and just like a little bit of hype for volume 2. Like, now I at least have my expectations, because it's like, it wasn't my thing, it wasn't what I've known Stranger Things to be. It wasn't my Stranger Things, not my Stranger Things.
I can't wait.
It's still, I want to know what comes next. I'm really curious about, like, how they're gonna end this season.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait for Elle to find out that Hopper's alive.
Hopper!
I've been waiting for that forever, and now Joyce knows he's alive for sure, and they've been reunited, and now I'm just waiting for Elle to find out, because Elle kind of took it hard, especially since he was really the only good parent figure she ever had.
Yeah. I just felt like in season 3 they had Hopper being so bumbly, and I didn't like how they treated his character in season 3. I just feel like they totally botched him. I don't know. I wouldn't say exactly like it so far with how they're treating him in season 4, but at least he seems to be a little bit more himself. But I just felt like season 3 was just not who he's been throughout the whole show.
I get that, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like he, for the first time in a long time, he was happy. So I feel like that kind of explains it a little bit. Maybe they overdid it a tad, but I feel like him being happier was a good move because he was happier for the first time in a long time since his wife and his daughter. And I mean, him and Joyce were starting to finally get together, and then he had 11, and I just feel like he started being a happier person all around.
Yeah.
But then, things went to crap and he got depressed again.
Yeah. I have a theory that one will be killed because they have killed one each season, I think. So I'm preparing myself. Well, I mean, he's such a bad guy, and I just hate so much the limbs snapping, the eyes popping out. That is too far, man. Too much.
I saw this theory that it was gonna be that new guy. Who is he? What's his name again? Crap, I don't remember his name now. The guy,
Campbell
the guy that they thought killed the girl.
Yes, the Dungeons and Dragons guy. Yeah.
Because they kill each season they have one character that was only on this season but then died. So there's this.
Oh, you think he's gonna die?
Him. It's not my theory. I read it somewhere, but it would kind of make sense. I mean, Stranger Things does have that whole thing going on.
Yeah. I know some people. I don't really have an opinion about him, or at least I'm very if it were a rank, a line, and let's say 5 is I like, 1 is I hate, and 3 is okay, I'd say I'm more like, I kind of don't like. I just don't really care about his character, but it's interesting to see other people. They're like, oh my gosh, I love him so much. I'm like,
for me,
I mean, he got better, but he's just not really my character. I'm like, and I just don't feel, I don't know, just what's going on in his story. I just feel like if they cut out his character, nothing would really change, in my opinion. I just don't feel like, obviously, like, he's been a scapegoat, since episode 1, but I just feel, for me, he doesn't really contribute to the show, in my opinion. I just don't really like him.
For me, I mean, I don't like him and I don't dislike him. He's just a meh character to me. I mean, I don't know. That might change the next couple of episodes, but we'll see. Honestly, I mean, I feel like his character did have some importance just because they wanted to do the whole thing about him being wanted and stuff, and for them to try to do that. So I feel like that's his main thing. But I feel like another part of his character was just for the whole Nancy and Steve thing, which also makes me so angry. Like I said, because I went on that little rant about Nancy and Steve, because I hate that they're doing that. But I feel like that's another reason why they're bringing his character up. They have him and Robin trying to play matchmaker for Nancy and Steve, and I'm like, no, just I do not want Nancy and Steve. I want Nancy and Jonathan. I wanted Nancy and Jonathan since the show first came on. Like, please. And another thing, I really want the parents, besides Joyce and Hopper, the parents of everyone else, to finally find out what's been going on with their kids all these years. You can see that they're kind of suspicious because when the cops were there and everything, and how they all kind of ran, and it's like I feel like they might finally figure out soon what's been going on with their kids and the town all these years. How can you be so in the dark? I mean, most of those parents you haven't even really seen at all. I mean, except for Mike's parents. They've been there, but they're still not as important as Joyce and Hopper, who actually knows what's going on.
Yeah.
And, I mean, like Dustin's mom, you only see once in a while holding a cat, and then Lucas's parents. I mean, I don't think you've ever really seen them except for once in season 1.
So not much has been happening. Yeah. I mean, it could be interesting. We'll just have to see what they go with for this show. I mean, they're so side charactery that it wouldn't be too bad if they never find out. But I can understand wanting them to find out too, because it is their kids, and they should.
I want to know their
they could
reaction.
die at any time, you know.
Yes, they've almost died several times, and they're only kids. And not to mention that they've saved the world many times and they're only kids. I just want to see their parents' reactions.
You know, it is kind of wild that Mike's mom was kind of a character for a short time in season 3, and it's like, I can't believe she still doesn't know much, you know?
Right?
Like that weird thing that was happening with Billy, and she never was like, oh, let me stay up to date. Nah. It's like, oh, okay. You know?
Yeah. And I also feel like they're like, I always felt like Max and Lucas's relationship was kind of on the back burner. Like season 3, we hardly got them at all, except for a couple times when they mentioned the other. And season 2, we got a little bit of them since they just met and stuff. But I feel like that's a relationship we never got to really see. But I feel like we're seeing more of that in this season because they're broken up and we're seeing how much they actually care about each other for the first time.
Yeah.
And I'm really liking that because I always was interested in that relationship, but we never really got to see more of it for me to be fully invested.
For sure.
And I loved the scene when Max was kind of going high off the cemetery, like she was.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, that was such a good scene, and when she started remembering the people she loved, and I love that it kept panning back to Lucas. Like it showed all of them, and it showed everyone she cared about, but I feel like it was focused on Lucas.
Yeah,
and I love that because it's like we hardly got to see the two of them as a relationship to be fully invested, but I feel like we're finally getting to see them and how much they actually care about each other, and I'm all for it.
Oh yeah. Would you want to do a sprint 4 minutes from now? So it'll be 50 to what is that again? 50. Yeah, it'll be 20. And this time I'll read. I want to read. I want to get into my book and read.
Yeah.
I think it'd be, I mean, obviously, like I said, my goal is to get this book done and reviewed before it comes out. That way I'm fulfilling what the arc kind of is expected.
Yeah.
But even for me too, just to be able to read a book and be like, yes, I did it, and I read it very promptly. Like, obviously in a focused way, and, well, maybe they are longer chapters, but like in still a very decent way. Just so far, it's, it's just the pacing. I guess you could call it medium pacing, maybe, just standard, but so far so good. I'm very pleased with it. But yeah, Stranger Things, you know what I'm curious about? When they're gonna get, and I'm not saying the next Stranger Things, but I'm saying something as big as Stranger Things. I wonder when the next thing that's as big as Stranger Things is coming. Because I want something to love a show and go hard for the show. But it's like, it's been a while since I found a show I really love. I mean, I did like Inside Job, the Netflix show. And apparently Volume 2 is coming soon. I watched the little promo for that one. But it's like, yes, I want a show. And of course, the Owl House, that they ended their season 2 finale, and it's like, well, we're gonna have to wait for season 3, and I'm like, I want to watch the show now,
right? Yeah.
What is a shame is, I can't remember if I did say this, but I watched all of season 4 Stranger Things, and then that's when I watched the finale of The Owl House. And so because of how intense and crazy everything was in Stranger Things 4, it was just kind of like a finale. And it's like, hello, this was the wrong way to go. I should not have watched that last. I should have watched it first and been like, okay, hey, I had a great time with this. And it's like, oh, made the mistake, but.
I am behind on Owl House and on
I won't say anything then. No spoilers here. Don't worry, no spoilers.
I am behind on both Owl House and Miraculous. I don't know if you watched Miraculous, Ladybug.
I used to watch it, but it just got too formulaic and same old, and just not enough was happening. But go ahead.
From what I hear, season 4, things happen. So I'm very excited to catch up on both those shows, which I plan to do soon. And I'm very excited. I mean, Like, I feel like Outhouse, like, Luz and Amity's relationship is just, like, such a turning point for Disney. And I'm very excited to catch up and see more of it because, like, I haven't really seen much of them as a couple. So I really need to catch up.
What episode are you up to?
I think the last one I saw was the one where, like, Luz was. It's been a hot minute because it took them forever to come out with new episodes, but
Yeah.
she was like sick or something. It was like right after Luz and Amity got
Oh,
together,
that
and
one,
Amity
yeah.
had to go find a cure or something.
Yeah, it wasn't a cure. It was they were trying to find the Titan's blood.
Right, that. Yeah, that was last episode.
Okay, well you've missed a lot, so you gotta catch up, man.
I'll let
A lot
you know
goes down, but I won't say what goes down, but it's great.
Okay, I'll let you know when I catch up.
Yeah, I want to know your thoughts. But let me find, where is it? Oh, let me just change. So we'll come back at 20.
Awesome.
And I will actually read. And if I don't, you can shun me, you know? A little shame.
Shame on
But
you, Tiffany.
that's what I'm saying. I need to read, and I will. I have to. Okay, so we'll be back at 20. Happy reading or writing. All right, how are your sprints?
Good, yeah. I'm really getting into the story, and I mean, at one point it feels like the climax is coming, but at the other point it feels like there's still so much that needs to happen, and I don't know. I feel like there's a few things I'm gonna want to change closer to the beginning, because I feel like the climax might have come too quick, and I think I might want to go back and kind of add a few things and maybe change a few little details. But we'll see. But at least I'm figuring it out.
Cool. I got about 10 pages further into the book, so I got to the next chapter. Yeah, still so far so good, and it's kind of like hinting at things that are coming, and obviously for them it's the past, but for us it's like, you know, wherever the story's going, but it's kind of doing a good job of like, kind of like teasing it and, but not enough. Like it's very vague in a compelling way. So I'm looking forward to the rest of it. And they were at Starbucks and they were just talking and stuff. And it just reminds me, I went, because I did a trip to Illinois last year, besides just this year. But I remember last year, I was able to see one of my friends. And we went over to the Starbucks, and I just remember it was a fun time because it's been forever since I went to Starbucks, but it's just a good memories to hold and stuff. But yeah, so far so good with the book. I'm really enjoying it. So, do you have any plans, Joharra, on what you're going to read after you're done with this one? Oh, hello, you're writing. Are you gonna plan on reading then soon? Upcoming books.
Yes. Yeah. I've been reading a reread of Hocus Pocus and the all new sequel, and I'm over halfway, so I hope to finish that tomorrow morning or maybe tonight, depending if I'm in the mood. But we'll see how long I even stay up.
Yeah.
um, but yeah, I have like all the books that I had originally planned to read this month. Don't know if that's gonna happen now, but mostly Pride books. Like I at least books that has LGBTQ characters this month, just for Pride and all that. That was kind of my goal, and yeah.
Okay. So you got some goals going. Um, do you have a physical TBR, or is it kind of like whatever you decide to read, you pick up?
I mean, yeah, I have physical TBRs. I mean, sometimes I don't always stay completely true to them, but I usually because I can be somewhat of a mood reader at times, but I feel like whenever I'm in the mood to read something, that mood lingers long enough for me to actually get to it when I pick it up, if that makes any sense at all.
Mhm.
So, um so yeah, I usually set TBRs, and I'm usually pretty good at sometimes doing them. Sometimes I end up pushing the books back, but I do eventually get to them. I know I pushed Percy Jackson back a few times, and then we talked about the buddy read. So
Yay.
yeah, because I actually had pushed it back a few times this year because I kept saying I'm gonna read this, but then something got something got in the way, so I pushed it back again. And then I was going to read it last month, and I was going to read the sequel series this month for Pride Month because I heard there's in the sequel series has an LGBTQ character.
Mm-hmm.
And but then we talked about the buddy read. I was like, ooh, that sounds fun. Let's do that instead.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. And what's helpful too is that Summer Splash Readathon. One of it is read a buddy read. And at first I'm like, who am I going to buddy read with? Hello, I already have a buddy read scheduled next month. Percy Jackson, oh yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, I really want it to be good and enjoyable and whatever. And I'm pleased, like, I don't recall it might just be an ebook elsewhere, like somewhere in my library. But what's good is that Kindle has the free version, so I'm like, hey, sweet, I got the ebook. So
Nice.
I am, I have it all available. I'm curious. I don't know if you know it, but I'm curious about how many pages it has.
I
Percy
do not know.
Jackson.
But the Percy Jackson books aren't actually that big. The Heroes of Olympus are a bit thicker, but Percy Jackson seems like they might only be like in the 300s. I might be wrong, but that's what they look like.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it's any shorter, like how middle grade can be. It's gonna tell me. Oh, it's big for 300 pages, 377. Basic story. So that's fairly decent.
Yeah. But I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
It's been something I've been wanting to read for a while. I actually bought it. I bought Percy Jackson and the Heroes of Olympus last year, but I bought that right before my reading slump really hit. And I bought I was working at this one job, okay? And it was a factory where they do caps and gowns. Like where they make them, and also where I wasn't at that part of the factory though. I was in the back in the warehouse where we shipped them out. And so at the beginning of the year last year, it graduation was hitting, May was getting closer. So, and we were behind a lot, so we had to do a lot of overtime, and they raised. So I was making a lot of money, so that part was nice. But I was doing like 10, 12-hour days, 6 days a week.
Even just hearing that has me just stressed out. I would hate that.
Yeah, so I was making a lot of money. So what did I do? I bought a lot of books.
Yeah,
but
get that money. Get
right?
those books.
But I was too busy
to read them.
And when I did have time, I was too tired.
Right.
I wasn't reading, I wasn't writing, I was either working or sleeping. That became my life for several months there.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes a job can just be too killer. It's like, no work-life balance. It's just work now.
Yeah. So because of that, and since I wasn't reading, I got into this really bad slump after I got laid off. Because I was only a temp. So once the slow season came, they had to lay a lot of people off. And so my mind just went blank. Okay,
this is like, what was I talking about?
But yeah, I was laid off. So but then I hadn't really been reading. Like I barely read. Like I probably only read a few books at that point, and it was already June, and I only read a few books because I had gotten so busy to the point where the only time I had time to read was during my breaks at work. Like at work, my coworkers knew me. Like they thought something was wrong with me if I wasn't reading during break. That's who I was. Okay,
yeah.
But so that was like the only time I did get any reading done, and you can only read so much during a 15-minute break, So and then I just got into this really bad slump for like several months, where I didn't really read. I mean, I would read here and there whenever I actually got into the mood, but that was very rare during my slump. So it was actually in October when I did the Monster High readathon that I got out of my slump and started reading more again. And it was such a great feeling. That was like the most I've ever read in a month my entire life too. I mean, I might be wrong. I mean, I don't remember every month of my entire life, but I read 14 books that month.
That's incredible. Wow.
And 4 of them was like back to back and within a few days. So I was very happy with myself. I was like, I read 14 books? That's more than I've read all year.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's just like, wow, look at that. Yeah. I never tallied how much I read during seventh grade, but of the times that I've read, since BookTube, nine's been like the big one. Reading a lot, and that was like a combo of audiobooks and regular books. But even before that, in at one point in 2020, I'd read 9 books for a month. So that was, I was pretty proud of that. But
Nice.
yeah, reading a lot of books is hard, especially if you're just not feeling it. But I really do want to get back into reading and stuff. And I am pleased that, so far so good with this book,
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I'll be a good reviewer person for this book. I'll be like, yes, this is
That's
very
good.
good. I don't
Yeah.
know. I just am not the kind of person that like talks in the narrative structure was this and the blah 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 was that. Like in that like,
Yeah.
uppity way, the you actually get paid to critique way. But I try my best.
Yeah, definitely. I really want to finally read all the books on my physical TBR. I
Yep,
mean,
me too.
that was actually a goal at the beginning of this year. It's not going to happen this year, but that's only because one of the series I own is really long. Like I own almost all the books except for a few ones that came out recently. So I changed my goal to read all of my physical books except for that series.
Right.
So next year I can focus on that series.
So what's the series?
Warriors.
Oh,
The
isn't
same
that the
author
one
by
that you
Aaron
like?
Hunter. Yes, it's by Aaron Hunter, like the same author of Seekers.
Oh, so it's different. Okay. That's what I thought. I was like, isn't that the one that you like? I didn't
No,
get it. So now I
it's
see. Now I see.
yeah.
Okay.
They have a few series I want to finally read. I mean, I actually did Star Warriors years ago. I borrowed my friend's books because the thing is, I loved Seekers. She loved Warriors, so we borrowed each other's books. But
Yeah.
Seekers has a lot less books than Warriors, and Seekers
Mhm.
has 12 books, but that's nothing compared to Warriors. Like,
Yeah.
Warriors just there's so many. So but that was when I was 17. I was living with her for a few months. And I read like 13 of the books. And
Okay.
yeah, so but that like I said, that was when I was 17, so I'm just going to reread what I already read as well because I don't remember them very much.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm just going to reread all of them, and I'm going to dedicate to finishing that series next year. But because I also Aaron Hunter has another series about dogs called Survivors. That one has 12 books, or 13, I think. So about the same amount as Seekers. Um, and I want to read that, which I own that, and then I also own Brave Lands, which is about an elephant, a baboon, and lion, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So and that one only has 6 so far. I think it might still be ongoing, but I might be wrong. So I also want to read that. I'll probably read that one first just because it is only 6, and then do Survivors. But I found out on Goodreads that Aaron Hunter's come out with a brand new series. This one about pandas, similar to Seekers in that sense. And I love pandas. I love all bears, but pandas has always been my favorite type of bear. And that book 2 of that is coming out soon. So it's like that only has like 1 book out so far. So I want to get those 2 books and read them as well. Just because I love Aaron Hunter's writing and their stories and their characters, and I'm very excited for the other books of Aaron Hunter's. So yeah, Aaron Hunter's definitely my favorite author.
Awesome. Oh, look at you. You're just like, get that reading in or planning on it.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm going to really, for the second half of this month, I'm going to really kick myself to finish my physical TBR besides Warriors. Warriors is just off to the side because that's too much stress for this year. like next month I'm gonna finally read Percy Jackson, and then I'm also going to finally start Twisted Tales. So I'm finally going to do it, and I'm very excited.
Yay. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you did watch that 2022 TBR. Now, technically, I still do have more on my physical TBR, but these are books that are like available elsewhere. So, that's why they're like up on Depop. But no one's buying right now. I think with the gas prices and everything, like things are just too expensive that they're not going and buying stuff. But
Yeah.
it's still sad. I wish people were buying. But with those books, who knows? Maybe I'll get to those too. But I definitely want to accomplish my physical TBR. It's like, come on. Look at me. What is going on? I want to read these. But at least I started with my ARC. That's finally a physical TBR reading.
Yeah.
Very pleased about that. And hopefully I think I added at least a few of my physical TBR to my Summer Splash readathon. And in general, I do want to read. It's just I gotta be careful. I don't want to force myself too much into reading,
Yeah.
Like if I go too far and then it's like, look what you just did. Now
That's
you're not gonna read.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing this year since I did just get out of a pretty bad slump. I think that was the worst slump I've ever been in. I might be wrong, but I don't remember myself ever being in such a bad slump. So I'm trying to take it easy on Goodreads. When earlier when we were talking about our favorite and least favorite, and I pulled up Goodreads, I realized how far I was behind on my Goodreads challenge, but that was because I kind of gave myself maybe too ambiguous of a goal, considering I was trying to take it slow a little bit so I don't fall back into a slump. Because I put down 100 books, which
Ooh, too
isn't
much.
which isn't too bad. Before I got into that slump, but I want to slowly get back into that kind of reading. So I lowered it to 60, and now I'm only one book behind, which will be easy to catch up on.
Yeah, that's what I did. The first year, I don't know how I thought I was somehow going to read 100 books, but for some reason, now here's what happened. So this was before I started BookTube. In 2019, my plan that year was to read 5 books, and I went beyond accomplishing that goal. Technically, it was like 3 times that. So I read 16 books. So I'm like, well, I read so much more. So maybe next year I can read 100. It's like, that's insane. But anyway, I tried to do that. I didn't go that far. So I changed it to 60 or something. And so then the next year I wanted to do 100 books again because I was like, well, I did still read 58, 57 or 58 books. So I could do it. And so I aimed for that, and that was not happening. And so then I shortened it to 75, and then I was like, okay, I'm not getting there. So I just did 65, and then I read 66 books. So it's like, hey, great. And this year I was just like, no, do not put the pressure on yourself. Your goal is 1. And so far, I've accomplished 6 times that. So go me.
Way to go. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. 600%. Amazing.
Yeah. And yeah, because you shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself to read that much. I mean, if you think you can do it, then go for it. And I really did think I could do it at the beginning of this year, but then I was like, did I just get out of a pretty bad slump that lasted most of that year? Do I want to force myself into another slump? No, I do not.
Yeah, exactly.
My mom is not a big reader, but she's actually getting into reading a little bit this year. I even got her. She even got Goodreads and everything. I showed her how to work Goodreads and stuff.
Awesome.
She put her goal really low because she isn't a big reader. She put it at 25, I want to say.
Nice.
Which is
That's
good
so good.
Yeah.
That's still really good.
And she hasn't gone there yet, but she's like a lot of books ahead of her schedule.
Nice.
So yeah, because she's finally finding what she likes to read, because she loves watching true crime documentaries like Snapped and Forensic Files. and she realized that that's what she likes to read too. I mean, every so often she'll read some fantasy, like she borrows some of my books. She reads my books. She buys them and reads them, and she'll borrow a few of my books that she's liked and is interested in. But she's actually in the middle of 3 books right now, which is I never thought she would, because I'm like the only reader in a non-reader family, like seriously.
Mhm.
But she also discovered audiobooks recently too.
Yay!
She got Hoopla, and so she's using no, not Hoopla, Libby. Libby's the one she's using.
I mean, they both got them, so it's good.
Yeah. So she's using Libby, and she's reading a true crime that she found on there, a true crime she just bought, and my book, The Witch of Light. So she's reading all 3 of those right now, and I'm like, I never thought I'd see the day where my mom was reading 3 books at once.
Yeah. Man, that's crazy. I mean, that's really good for her. Yeah, that's awesome.
She just needed to find what she likes to read.
Yeah, exactly. Hi, are you guys ending Sprint soon? Just joined. Well, I'm good to keep staying on, you know?
I'm good too.
Yeah. So
At
we'll
least
stay as
we're
long as we can.
Yeah, we'll just stay until we're both just tuckered up,
Dying.
ready to go to bed, ready to pass out.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're all about hanging out here, I guess.
Yeah.
And you know, you're still writing, right, Joharra?
Yes, because
Yeah,
I'm like
so
on this flow and I do not want to stop.
Yeah. Joharra's got her writing on. I'm getting focused and reading on my book, which is very exciting.
Yay.
Yay, very yay.
Let's get some reading and writing done. Be productive.
Yay. Yeah. No, I'm very pleased with how today's gone. I've just been so productive, and I'm so proud of myself, and I'm glad, because basically when I was looking, like I said, at that screen time thing on the settings app, I was looking at it, and it says you can schedule it, and I have it scheduled for every day, and I want to stay up to that. So that's basically limiting me for basically every app 10 to 6. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, and I really do want to stay up to that, because, you know, I was very productive. You know, I was on my notes app. I participated in BookTube a little bit. You know, I was doing some good stuff. I'm very proud of myself that I found some, you know, a new readathon I want to participate in next year, next month. I'm jumping that way too far. But yeah, so exciting stuff. And I hope maybe this means I wouldn't be surprised if by cutting out all that Twitter time, reading could be coming back up. And wouldn't that be cool, Joharra? Like, we're about to start Percy Jackson, and I'm like, guess what? I read 10 books this month. Okay, that's a little insane, but, you know, if I read a lot, I'd be very pleased with myself. I'd be like, yes.
Yeah, maybe you could send me the prompts for the readathon, and maybe I could join. I don't know what the prompts are.
I don't know if I'm able to send. I mean, I guess I could share the big. Well, I guess I could send this. It's pretty big. I don't know. Can I share this? I'm not sure if I can, but I can try. But it's cool. It's very cool.
Yeah, maybe really I'll participate.
Yeah, it's really nice. And it was a bummer, because at first I'm like, okay, cool. This you know, readathon and everything, awesome. And then they're like, oh, it's all on Instagram. I'm like, I'm not on Instagram. I don't have Instagram. Why don't you guys have a Twitter? Set up a Twitter, please. But I was like, okay, so I had to like screenshot every single time they had their prompts, because they didn't have a file or anything. I was like, screenshot. And then I had to, because, you know, obviously she's got her face and everything, and so there's only like a little bit of the text. So I had to like, every single one I had to edit it, and it was so annoying. I had to spend so much time just cutting it so that I could crop it properly and get it. But now I have it on my notes app. I have the prompts ready to go, and I'm very excited. But yeah,
I mean, I already know if I do participate. I already know I have one, which is Percy Jackson. I mean, we're gonna be
perfect. Exactly. It's very exciting. I'm very much looking forward to this readathon. And like I said, I just really want to get into the summer groove and the vibe and stuff. And also what's good is recently I was just feeling a little bummed that, you know, I don't know what that text was. Anyway, maybe I'm a little loud. I don't know. I'll be a little quieter. Anyway, what was I trying to say? Oh, yeah, like this last week I was a little disappointed because it's like, hey, I'm trying to make friends and all my friends are, you know, elsewhere and stuff. So like, hey, I want to find some friends here. So like I downloaded one of those friend apps, you know, where you can try to, you know, match with some people and go and hang out. And so I'm supposed to be hanging out with someone tomorrow, so that should be good, you know. Yep. Sleep. Well, it's just to be quiet. It's like, okay, chill out.
We're having a good time over here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's like for me, I'm just like, I'm so quiet right now. And he's like, you're still loud. No, I really don't understand light sleepers. It's like I am like across the hall and you can hear me. Come on.
Right? I mean, I'm down in the basement, and my mom has told me before that I was loud. I'm like, I'm legit in the basement. Our walls are not that thin. I mean, I'm a heavy sleeper. My mom used to joke around say that our house could be picked up by a tornado or a herd of animals can just come stampeding through our house, and I would still sleep through it. And I was like, wow, okay, and it's kind of true. I mean, I once I'm asleep, I'm asleep. I'm out. Good luck trying to wake me up.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah. I'm still concerned because now this did happen when I was a kid, but one time we went to Florida for vacation and it was like one of those Nickelodeon hotels that we went to. That was very fun because it's all Nickelodeon themed in the hotel in the hotel room. But someone had pulled the fire alarm. We did not hear it at all. Me and my brother, we did not hear it at all. Of course, we were kids, but it is. I remember ever since then, I've just been like paranoid that like, what if the fire alarm goes off and I don't hear it and I'm all alone? That would not be good. I'd just be like, oh, I guess I'm getting burned alive. That would not be good. I would not be pleased with that. But then again, to be fair, I wake up for alarms. So hopefully that means I would wake up to a fire alarm.
I can't even wake up to my alarm half the time. Like,
no.
My phone is legit right next to me, and I do not hear it.
Man, that's crazy. Maybe there should be one of those vibrating ones. It's just like,
yeah. I've always been this way. I when I was really little, my sister and I had bunk beds, and I liked the top. She liked the bottom because she was always afraid to be on top, and I did because of heights, and I didn't like to be on the bottom because of close spaces. So it worked out for both of us.
Yeah.
So, and the top bunk had this railing, right, to protect kids from rolling off.
Yeah.
That didn't stop me. I was like, apparently I'm a very determined person, and apparently I've always been determined because I was determined to roll over that railing and still fall hard on the hard ground. And my parents from down the hall heard a loud thud, ran in there, and I was fast asleep on the floor. I did not wake up.
That's crazy. That is so wild.
I'm like, man, if I remembered that incident, I probably would have woken up like, wait, what am I doing down here?
Yeah. Well, that is wild. It's like, oh.
You want to do another sprint?
Yeah. It's wild how, like, sometimes the time doesn't feel like any time has passed. And it's like, yeah, it has been 30 minutes. Hello.
Yeah. And
okay.
Skylar Rose in the chat would love to know what you'll be reading or working on, what you'll be doing.
Yeah. All right. So we'll be back at 20. So happily reading or writing. I'm just, there's a part of me that's like, I could sleep right now. It's like, hello, I want to
Same.
read.
Same. I'm there too, because you can tell I'm kind of yawning, and it's like, there I go again. It's like I'm tired and I could go sleep, but at the same time, my writer brain is in overdrive because I haven't been working on my WIP because I was doing the whole other project for a while. So, because of it, I just wasn't working on my WIP. So now I have all these. So now my writer brain just is on overdrive right now. So this is fun.
Yeah. So, oh, it's fine. We'll be back in 29 minutes. Not a big deal. All right. So happy reading or writing. All right, how are your sprints?
Hey, sorry, I got absorbed into the story and I didn't realize it was time to come back.
All good, all good. Unfortunately, I didn't get any reading this time, but I don't know if you happen to see on Twitter, but I did send you the link to the prompts, so I was able to copy them down. So I'm glad I was able to get it. I was like, how am I going to do this? And I'm like, if I copy that and then I put it on the document and it works. So yay!
All right, thank you very much, because this readathon sounds interesting. I might want to check it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. I really want to give it my all because I think the last time I did a readathon was 2 years ago.
Wow.
Maybe that's right. I think it is right. And I loved it. It was the Shrekathon. I remember how much fun I had with the Shrekathon. And I had so much fun with that video, and I'm really glad it did really well. I mean, who doesn't like Shrek? And like the video performed well, and I did good with following the prompts and everything, like getting those books read. So I'm very pleased with that.
Yeah.
So this time, since some of these prompts are book related and others are more like just summary fun stuff, I'm just like, yay, I want to do this. So I'm very excited.
I have fun with the Monster High readathon every day that I co-host.
Cool.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. I'm a huge Monster High fan, obviously, but you don't have to watch Monster High or even know Monster High to be able to participate, so it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, my spring went well. I got a lot done, and I got really absorbed into the story, as you could tell. So yeah, I like. There's still a part of me that wants to continue, but I'm like really tired. I might just go to bed now.
That's what I'm saying. Like I think, even though I was like, oh, we can hang out longer, the more I think, the more I'm just like,
We're
or
done.
at least more like a chill thing. Because obviously, sitting up, having a conversation, it kind of takes some out of you. But then
Yeah.
once I chill out and then I'm on my phone and then it's like, oh, it's 3 a.m. No.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, but because I was a little like, oh no, I started late and we still hit 5 hours. No, but I'm still pleased with what I got done reading wise.
Yeah.
Now I am, whenever I get to it. Yeah, page 40. So
That's great.
so far so good. And I'm very pleased with it. Yeah, I'm glad I'm having a good time with it. And the day before when I was starting to read it, it was kind of and I'm very pleased with it so far that it's like actually really good. So
That's good.
yeah, I want to keep up with the good stuff,
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
good. Yeah, I'm very pleased with my writing. It's the first time I
Yay!
got a lot done in one of my WIPs because I was, doing other stuff. And
Mhm.
I got a lot done, and I'm very happy. Finished chapter 16, started chapter 17. So, yay.
Yeah, that's awesome. Time to sleep.
Yes, exactly. I might finish my thought, like finish this paragraph, because I don't like to stop in the middle of a paragraph if I can help it. But then, yeah, I'm definitely going to sleep.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna be like, oh, I feel so tired. And then once I get off, I'm gonna be like, boop, I'm back to my energy.
Same.
Yeah, it happens every time. I'm just like, I'm good. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I feel that.
No, but I'm pleased with the reading that got done, and today was very productive. And I'm hoping, and the fact of the matter is, it's the first day of the week, and if I was this productive this week, I'm sure for the rest of the week I could be this productive too. And I was kind of wondering about my screen time, like how much was my screen time? It's only been like 5.5 hours. That's including here, and like the way the screen time counts is because obviously it wasn't like I was always clicking, so but it worked out. But I'm very pleased with how it my screen time has been going. That I did a pretty good job. I'm just like, yes, owning it.
Nice.
All right. I think we're both like dying.
Yes.
So I think we should end it here.
Sounds good.
But to anyone that joined us, thank you for joining us. If you're watching this back, I hope you guys enjoyed too. And writing sprints, do you know whose channel it's going to be on Tuesday?
Mine.
Okay, it'll be on Joharra's channel, and I did link her channel, so you guys be sure to check her out. Check out Robin's channel. So that'll be happening on Tuesday, and then we'll be doing reading sprints probably next Saturday. And you said it's your turn, right? That you would do it for reading sprints?
Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much for watching, everyone. Goodbye.